Hello and welcome to a new challenge for Digimon World. I regret to say that I don't have any friends, and I don't regret to say that I don't have a Digivice. Those two questions are pretty significant because they determine which rookie Digimon you start off with out of Agumon and Gabumon. And if you've seen the video title, then I'm sure that it's no surprise that I picked the questions which would result in me having Gabumon as my Digimon. Because the first question, do you have a Digivice? If you say no, then you get asked if you have friends, and when you're asked about do you have a Digivice, if you say yes, then the next question is do you prefer day or night. When you're asked do you have friends, if you say no, you begin with Gabumon. If you say yes, you begin with Agumon. And if you say you prefer day, then you begin with Agumon. If you say you prefer night, then you begin with Gabumon. So how you answer the first question determines what the second question will be, and how you answer the second question determines whether you start the game with Agumon or Gabumon. This being a Gabumon challenge, a Digimon World Gabumon solo challenge. It's pretty much self-explanatory that I answered the questions so that Gabumon would be the Digimon that I start the game with. To explain the rules of this challenge, I'm aiming to finish with as many prosperity points as possible, so I'm aiming for the highest number of prosperity points that I am able to achieve, and I'm only allowed to recruit Digimon if my own Digimon is Gabumon, and I'm only allowed to get into battles if my own Digimon is Gabumon. The reason why this isn't a strict Gabumon solo where I'm not allowed to Digivolve to any other Digimon is because in this game Digivolving is inevitable, and it would be impossible to stay as a rookie Digimon. It is inevitable that I wouldn't be able to keep Gabumon as my Digimon forever. He would eventually Digivolve, and that's why the rules of the challenge are that I'm not allowed to get into any battles or recruit any Digimon if my own Digimon isn't Gabumon. That puts me in a position where it would be very difficult to make any kind of progress with any Digimon other than Gabumon, I am allowed to Digivolve into other Digimon and use other Digimon, and you will be seeing other Digimon because Gabumon will Digivolve, and this is going to take more than one life cycle. So you're going to be seeing like baby Digimon and in training Digimon, but when it comes to getting into battles and recruiting Digimon, I'm only going to be allowed to use Gabumon for that. I have, started with Gabumon, and I'm just doing some initial training for the time being. I'm aiming to get my attack, speed and brains all up to 100. Just because by getting my brains up to 100, I'll have the advantage of the attack command, and hopefully with speed and attack being at 100, I'll attack reasonably quickly and frequently, and hopefully my attacks won't do too little damage. Hopefully my attacks and finishes will at least do some damage. Although at the moment my only technique is Sonic Jab, and I believe that Sonic Jab is the weakest technique in the game, or at least one of the weakest techniques in the game. When you have a rookie Digimon, I believe that you have to fulfill 3 requirements in order to Digivolve to a natural Champion Digimon. I think there are 4 things that influence Digivolutions: weight, care mistakes, stats, and then a bonus condition, which could be a number of different things, such as how many battles you've gotten into, how high your happiness is, how high your discipline is, or something else maybe, like how many techniques you know. And those are the 4 things that influence Digivolutions, and you need 3 of them in order to Digivolve naturally. With the bonus condition, I believe that if you're aiming to Digivolve to a Digimon and there's more than one bonus condition, then I believe that the bonus condition will only count as one requirement, regardless of whether you fulfill like 1 bonus condition or 2 bonus conditions or 3 bonus conditions, whatever it might be. I'm pretty sure the bonus condition only counts as 1, even if you fulfill more than 1 element of the bonus condition. and I think you need 3 of the 4 requirements in order for it to be possible for you to Digivolve to the Digimon that you are aiming for. So if you have a rookie Digimon and you are aiming to Digivolve to one of the champion Digimon that the rookie can naturally Digivolve to, then I believe that you need to fulfill 3 of the requirements, and in which case, out of the stats, weight, care mistakes and bonus condition, you will need 3 of those 4 things fulfilled. And as well as having to fulfill a certain number of requirements, I believe you also need to have a Digimon for a certain amount of time in order for it to be possible to Digivolve. I think you need baby Digimon for 6 hours in order for it to Digivolve to a in-training Digimon. I think you need in-training Digimon for 24 hours in order for it to Digivolve to a rookie, and for a rookie Digimon to Digivolve to one of its natural champions, I think you need to have that rookie for a minimum of 3 days. And then when it comes to champions Digivolving to ultimates, I think you need to have the champion Digimon for a minimum of 6 days. But the timer can be a bit unreliable, because when you let your Digimon sleep, I have a feeling that the number of hours that your Digimon sleeps for isn't always the same as the number of hours that the counter goes up by, and in which case you may get misleading results when it comes to how long it takes for a Digimon to Digivolve. I think it's impossible for baby Digimon to not Digivolve to in-training Digimon, unless you were to force feed the baby Digimon loads of devil chips and get it to fade away as a baby Digimon. That's the only thing I can think of which might stop a baby Digimon from Digivolving. As for in-training Digimon, with the exception of Numemon, I think it's impossible to stop in-training Digimon from Digivolving to rookie Digimon. And again, that's unless you get the in-training Digimon to fade away by giving it loads of devil chips, or maybe losing all of its lives by getting defeated in battles or getting sick or something. But there are, I believe, 3 different rookie Digimon that each in-training Digimon can Digivolve to. 2 natural rookie Digivolutions, and then a special rookie Digivolution, the special rookie the special Digimon being Kunamon. If you get an in-training Digimon to sleep in the Kunamon's bed, then there's a 50% chance that it will Digivolve to Kunamon when it wakes up. But if you Digivolve from an in-training Digimon to a natural rookie Digimon, then I think there are 2 different rookie Digimon that it can Digivolve to, depending on your Digimon stats. And I was saying about stopping baby Digimon from Digivolving to in-training Digimon, or stopping in-training Digimon from Digivolving to rookie Digimon. I suppose you could also Digivolve from a baby Digimon to Sukamon, or Digivolve from an in-training Digimon to Sukamon, but putting things like that aside, I don't think you can stop baby Digimon from Digivolving, and with the exception of Tainemon, I don't think you can stop in-training Digimon from Digivolving. And then that just leaves rookies Digivolving to champions, and champions Digivolving to ultimates. It is possible to Digivolve from a champion to an ultimate if you fulfill the necessary requirements, but it's not a guarantee for a champion Digimon to Digivolve to an ultimate, and Digimon can and will fade away as champions if you don't fulfill enough of the necessary requirements in order for champion Digimon to Digivolve to ultimates. And now that just leaves us to discuss rookie Digimon Digivolving to champions, but before I get onto that, I need to just focus on the present video at the moment, because you've noticed that I'm at the start of the Amida Forest. I've come here to recruit Centarumon, but I've also come here to obtain a Mouldy Meat, Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc, and I do not wish to recruit Centarumon until I obtain all 3 of those items, and because of that, my plan is to not pick the correct exit until I have all 3 of the items that I'm after. I've speeded the video up, but I go back to normal speed whenever something significant happens. With the path that I use, I'm able to pick the exit on the left without any issues, and for as long as I don't want the correct exit, it will be okay for me to pick the exit on the left if the exit on the left is not the correct exit. But if the exit on the left is the correct exit, and I don't want the correct exit, then I'll have to pick either the exit in the middle or the exit on the right. And with the path that I use, getting to the middle exit or the exit on the right is not quite so straightforward, because it requires getting shot in order to be able to pick one of those 2 exits. And when you get shot, you do lose HP, and if your HP falls down to 1, then you are forced to go back to the beginning, and unless you recover HP, you won't be able to go any further. That's why I gave a small recovery to Gabumon to bring its HP back up, so that I could continue to explore the Amida Forest. And for the time being, it's just going to be me repeatedly going through the Amida Forest until I get the items that I came for. I have already gotten lucky with Mouldy Meat and a Happy Mushroom, but I don't yet have a High Speed Disc, and that's why I'm continuing with the Amida Forest. But I have just left it briefly so that I can take Gabumon to the toilet. But I'm now returning to the Amida Forest. And you'll notice that I scolded Gabumon just as the clock was about to strike a new hour. And the reason why I did that is because when the clock strikes a new hour, if your Digimon wants to sleep, then your happiness and discipline will go down when the clock strikes a new hour. So when your Digimon wants to sleep, if you don't let your Digimon sleep, then when the clock strikes a new hour, happiness and discipline goes down, and I think that it can also lead towards your Digimon getting sick as well. But a way to evade this problem is to produce an animation when the clock is striking a new hour, and that's why I scolded Gabumon. I did it to produce an animation while the clock was striking a new hour, and I do now have a high-speed disc at my feet, and I needed to make room for it, and it occurred to me that the small recoveries were probably the least valuable item in my inventory. Instead of discarding all of them, I gave one of them to Gabumon to bring his HP up to the maximum, but then I discarded the other two so that I was then able to collect the high-speed disc, and with that item and with the high-speed disc obtained, I then had all three of the items that I was after, and because of that I was happy to then recruit Centauramon, which meant that I then wanted the correct exit, and luckily the correct exit was the one on the left, and therefore I was able to go straight to it without needing to get shot or anything like that. Centauramon has been recruited, and I am now making my way back towards the city, but I'm choosing not to let Gabumon sleep, and every time the clock is about to strike a new hour, I will aim to produce an animation for the benefit of my happiness and discipline, and trying to avoid sickness. It's just, if you scold your Digimon, then happiness goes down but discipline goes up. If you praise your Digimon, then discipline goes down but happiness goes up. And if I don't produce the animation and the clock strikes a new hour while Gabumon wants to sleep, then happiness and discipline would both go down. So it's not as bad to produce an animation where only one of them goes down and the other goes up, instead of both of them going down. I was, just before entering the Amida Forest, I was talking about Digivolutions, and with rookie Digimon, if you fulfill enough requirements for a natural Digivolution, then... Oh wait, no, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that I don't think it's possible to stop a rookie Digimon from Digivolving to a Champion Digimon. And again, that's with the exception of limited circumstances, like the Digimon fading away because it lost all of its life, or you gave it a load of devil chips and shortened its lifespan, or you digivolved to Sukamon or whatever it might be. So, I think it's unavoidable for rookie Digimon to digivolve to Champion Digimon, and if you fulfill 3 or more of the requirements for a natural Digivolution, then the rookie Digimon, I think, will need a minimum of 3 days before it can Digivolve. But if you don't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for a rookie Digimon to Digivolve to one of its natural Champion Digimon, then what will instead happen is the rookie Digimon will Digivolve to Numemon once 4 days have elapsed. So to summarise, either the rookie will Digivolve naturally after a minimum of 3 days, or the rookie will Digivolve to Numemon after a minimum of 4 days if you don't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for the rookie Digimon to Digivolve naturally. This is a Gabumon solo challenge, and because of that I will want to keep Gabumon as my Digimon for as long as possible. I will want to delay Digivolutions for as long as possible, and because of that, my aim is to not fulfill enough of the requirements in order for Gabumon to Digivolve naturally. And the reason for that is because by not fulfilling the requirements for Gabumon to Digivolve naturally, it would be possible for me to delay Gabumon's Digivolution by an extra day or so, because if he Digivolves naturally, then he might Digivolve as quickly as 3 days. You know, he could Digivolve as soon as I've had him for 3 days, but by not fulfilling the requirements for a natural Digivolution and Digivolving to Numemon instead, it will be a minimum of 4 days, so I'll have an extra day with Gabumon, which means an extra day to try and make as much progress as possible. So the aim is to fulfill no more than 2 of the requirements for any of Gabumon's natural champions, so that I fail to fulfill enough criteria for Gabumon to Digivolve naturally, and it's all in the interest of Digivolving to Numemon instead, and just having Gabumon for an extra day. And another thing that I'm doing in the interest of trying to have Gabumon for as long as possible is invariably not letting him sleep. On the first day, after training at the Green Gym somewhat, I did let Gabumon sleep, but then after waking up I trained at the Green Gym some more. I then battled and defeated the Agumon, and I've made other progress since then, recruiting Betamon, Colamon, Centauramon, collecting a Happy Mushroom, Mouldy Meat, High Speed Disc, collecting other items, doing other things, and I'm going to generally keep Gabumon awake against his will and not let him sleep, because that way I will have Gabumon for longer, because if I was to let him sleep, then we would just jump forward by 8 hours or 10 hours or however long it might be. But by keeping Gabumon awake, even though he won't like it, and even though it's not the hallmark of a good tamer, I will be able to do things during the hours in which he would normally be sleeping, so I'll be able to make more progress because I will slow down his Digivolution by not letting him sleep. And to try and combat tiredness, I will rest at the clinic accordingly, and I will try to produce animations whenever the clock is due to strike a new hour. So just to repeat that, I'm trying to keep Gabumon awake against his will, and I'm trying to Digivolve to Numemon, and it's all in the interest of just trying to have Gabumon as my Digimon for as long as possible, enabling me the opportunity to make more progress while I've got Gabumon as my Digimon. It buys me more time. And you'll see that I'm now heading to the drill tunnel. I'm hoping to battle the Digivoltion, who is available to fight. If you defeat him, then there's a different Digivoltion who will take an interest in you and present you with the opportunity to carry dirt for him, which will help him out. And if you choose to help him with the dirt carrying, then you have to carry out 10 piles of dirt in total. But before we talk more about that, we have this battle to see to. I will be going straight from here to the other Digivoltion, and I will be making a start with the dirt carrying. It's not compulsory to do the dirt carrying, but it is compulsory to battle this Digivoltion and at least speak to the other Digivoltion. If you go to the other Digivoltion without battling the first Digivoltion, then the Digivoltion won't take any interest in you when you speak to him. But if you defeat the Digivoltion that I just defeated, and then come here to speak to the Digivoltion that I'm about to speak to, then he will take an interest in you, and he will present you with the opportunity to carry dirt for him. If you say no and leave, then if you come back in 5 days' time, the Digivoltion will be done digging, and you will have access to the lava cave where you can make further progress. However, if you choose to carry the dirt for him, then once you carry all of the dirt out, then you will be able to proceed to the lava cave more or less straight away. If you just leave the area and come straight back, then the lava cave will be available to you. And I chose to speed up the dirt carrying because it's not very exciting. And I have to take a pause here because Gabumon needs the toilet. And also, I don't think it's possible to do all of the dirt carrying in one visit, because it is hard work, which does tire your Digimon out. And even if you're at like full energy when you start the dirt carrying, I think you can only carry a maximum of like 6 or 7 piles before the Digivoltion then tells you that your Digimon looks tired and that you should rest him, and the Digivoltion won't let you carry any more dirt until you've rested your Digimon. The Digivoltion will only let you carry dirt if your Digimon has enough energy to do it. So as well as having to take Gabumon to the toilet, I also need to go to the clinic so that I can let Gabumon rest as well, and then return to the drill tunnel for the rest of the dirt carrying. It speeds up having access to the lava cave, and not only that, but you do get rewarded for carrying the dirt. For each pile you get given 500 bits, your HP goes up by 50, and your attack and defense goes up by 5. If you carry all 10 piles of dirt, then you will gain a total of 5,000 bits, 500 HP, and 50 attack and defense. So my reason for doing the dirt carrying is mostly for the money and the stat gains, rather than having quicker access to the lava cave. For what it's worth, while I have Gabumon as my Digimon, I won't currently be able to explore the lava cave because there is a boulder in the way which Gabumon won't be able to move. To be able to move the boulder, your Digimon has to be either a champion or an ultimate. If your Digimon is below champion level, then it won't be able to move the boulder. So for as long as I've got Gabumon as my Digimon, I won't be able to make any progress with the lava cave because of the boulder that is there. But nonetheless, I want to at least have the lava cave available to me at the moment. And by carrying the dirt, I will speed up the availability of the lava cave while gaining stats and money. I did say that I won't recruit any Digimon unless my own Digimon is Gabumon, and I won't get into any battles unless my own Digimon is Gabumon, and I will stick to those rules. This is a Gabumon solo, but there are some recruitments that wouldn't be possible with Gabumon alone, and you do need to do certain things with alternative Digimon. But when I say that you have to do certain things, that doesn't involve recruiting Digimon, nor does it involve getting into battles. There are certain things that will have to be done with alternative Digimon, but I won't recruit any Digimon with those alternative Digimon, nor will I get into any battles with those alternative Digimon. I will do certain things with alternative Digimon, but it will just be in the interest of getting into a position where I will be able to do the recruiting with Gabumon as my Digimon, or do the battling with Gabumon as my Digimon. And so I won't be going against the rules of the challenge. I will only be getting into battles and recruiting Digimon while my own Digimon is Gabumon, even if I am doing certain things with alternative Digimon. I'm not going to be getting into battles or recruiting Digimon with those alternative Digimon. One of the things that I'm going to need an alternative Digimon for is moving the boulder at the lava cave. I will need at least a champion Digimon to move the boulder, but I will make no further progress with the lava cave with that Digimon. I will just move the boulder so that it's out of the way, and I will then be able to see to the lava cave with Gabumon as my Digimon in a different lifespan. And to comment a bit more about Digivolutions, I've made it clear that I'm aiming to Digivolve from Gabumon to Numemon, and that I plan to do that by fulfilling no more than 2 of the requirements for any of Gabumon's natural champion Digivolutions. And the way I'm going about this is by generally not feeding Gabumon. This will cause my care mistakes to be very high and cause my weight to be very low. And I'm also aiming to keep my happiness in the negative, keep happiness under half. And you'll see that my happiness is currently under half, even though my discipline is very high. And that's why when I've needed to produce animations, I've generally been scolding Gabumon, and I will generally favour scolding to praising throughout this challenge, because I will want to keep my happiness under half. Having happiness at 50% or more is one of the bonus conditions for Digivolving to Digivolution, and it is possible for Gabumon to Digivolve to Digivolution. The care mistake requirement for Digivolution is a minimum of 3, and that is a requirement that I will be fulfilling, and I believe the stat requirement is just 100 attack, which I am also fulfilling, and I'll comment more on that after this Kunamon battle. There is a Digivolution guide which I have been following, which says about all the possible Digivolutions and the requirements. And having low weight will help with not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of Gabumon's natural Digivolutions. In fact, I think that in order to fulfill the weight requirement for any of Gabumon's natural champions, your weight has to be at a minimum of 25, and Gabumon's weight in this playthrough should be nowhere near that, because I'm going to generally choose to not feed him just to keep my weight low. And while having a high number of care mistakes will rule out some Digimon, it is also the requirement for other Digimon. So care mistakes, whether you have them high or low, it sort of can have both pros and cons. Some Digimon, when it comes to care mistakes, for some Digimon you need to keep care mistakes low, you need to keep care mistakes under a certain number, but for some Digimon you actually need to have a certain number of care mistakes. You need to have at least a certain amount of care mistakes. So for some Digimon, the care mistake requirement is to keep care mistakes down, and for some Digimon, the requirement is to actually have care mistakes. And my decision was to have a high number of care mistakes to rule out some Digimon, rule out the possibility of fulfilling the care mistake requirement for some Digimon, but at the same time that will mean fulfilling the care mistake requirement for some Digimon. When it comes to stats, I fulfill the stat requirement for some of the champion Digimon, but not all of them. When it comes to bonus conditions, I fulfill the requirement for some of the Digimon, but not all of them. Same with care mistakes, and weight is something where I don't fulfill the requirement for any of the Digimon. And the only Digimon that I was concerned about in this lifespan was Digivolve, and since I had the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement for him, I had to keep my happiness down to ensure that I didn't have the bonus condition as well. And by keeping my weight down, I obviously won't have the weight requirement for Digimon, the same way that I won't have the weight requirement for any of the champion Digimon. If I do just get up the Digivolution guide that I've been following, Gabumon, there are 6 potential champion Digimon that he can naturally Digivolve to. They are Centaurimon, Monochromon, Dromulgemon, Tyrannomon, Olgamon, and Garulamon. Centaurimon, the stat requirement is 100 brains, which I am fulfilling, and one of the bonus conditions is for discipline to be at least 60% full. I am also fulfilling that, but the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3, and the weight requirement is 25 to 35. I don't have either of those, and because of that I've only got 2 of the requirements for Centaurimon. As for Monochromon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense and brains. My defense is under 100, so I don't have the stat requirement for Monochromon. With the stats, you need to have all of the stats in order to fulfill the stat requirement. So like Monochromon, 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 brains. It's no good having just 1000 HP or just 100 brains. You have to fulfill all of them in order to fulfill the stat requirement. And thanks to the defense, I'm not fulfilling the stat requirement for Monochromon. The care mistake requirement, same as Centaurimon, maximum of 3, won't be fulfilling that. Weight is 35 to 45, won't be fulfilling that. One of the bonus conditions is to keep battles at a maximum of 5. I might at times fulfill that, but that would be the only requirement that I would be fulfilling for Monochromon. Digivolve, the one I was worried about, the stat requirement is just 100 attack, which I've got. Care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. That I'm fulfilling. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. I'm not fulfilling that. And one of the bonus conditions is for happiness to be at least 50% full. So for as long as my happiness is under half, I've only got 2 of the requirements. Those 2 being stats and care mistakes. It's vital to keep happiness under half so that I won't have 3 of the requirements in Digivolve to Digimon. Of course, this isn't relevant at the moment because I would need to have had Gabumon for at least 3 days before he would be able to Digivolve anyway. But, you know, keeping happiness under half will rule out the risk of Digivolving to Digimon. Numemon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I'm not fulfilling the stat requirement because of the defense. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 5. I won't be fulfilling that. The weight, 25 to 35, won't be fulfilling that. And then one of the bonus conditions, same as Numemon, is a maximum of 5 battles. I might fulfill that at times, but it will be the only one of Numemon's requirements that I will fulfill. Gabumon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 attack. I am fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. I will fulfill that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I won't fulfill that. One of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 15 battles. That is something to watch out for. The rate I'm going at, if I was to have... Oh, ice mushroom. If I was to have 15 battles in this lifespan with Gabumon as my Digimon, then that will result in him Digivolving to Gabumon, because it would mean that I would have the bonus condition for Gabumon, as well as the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement. So that's something to watch out for. And then Gabumon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 speed. I don't have the stat requirement because of my MP. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 1. No worries about that. The weight requirement 25 to 35. Don't need to worry about that. One of the bonus conditions is for discipline to be a minimum of 90% full. Possibly might fulfill that, but currently that's the only thing that I will be fulfilling. Having read that to you, I'm sure you can now understand the value of keeping my weight down because of the benefit of it, meaning that I won't fulfill the weight requirement for any of the Champion Digimon, and having a high number of care mistakes combined with the weight will rule out all but 2 Digimon, the 2 Digimon being Gabumon and Digimon. Digimon I can rule out by keeping my happiness under half, and Gabumon I can rule out by keeping my battles under 15. I don't need to worry too much about stats. There are, stats are important, but, I should be able to have the stats that I want to have. Well, I mean, I should be able to try and get the best stats that I am realistically able to get without the fear of it having complications with Digivolutions. But that pretty much, brings you up to speed with that side of things. There are other things I haven't yet spoken about. Some of it I won't mention until later into the video. Some of it I'll be mentioning sooner rather than later. I'm currently, as you can see, having Curlin against Penguinmon, and so far it's proven to be quite a tough match. Thinking maybe knock this stone onto the good. Don't think that quite worked. So it stayed level. And I think that's won me the game. It has. Just waste the last stone. The match is already in the bag. When I was at the Amida Forest, you'll notice that I was keen to collect a Mouldy Meat, High Speed Disc and Happy Mushroom. And you're about to see why the Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc were of value to me. There are 3 Moldramons in Friesland who want to trade items with you. They each want to do 3 separate trades with you. 3 Moldramons, 3 trades each, that's 9 trades in total, 9 different items. In order for Moldramon to join the city, you have to trade at least 1 of each item with every Moldramon. That means needing to trade all 9 of the items at least once. That requires you to have those 9 items. A high speed disc is one of the items that's needed. So too is a happy mushroom. The reason why I ensured that I collected a happy mushroom from the Amida Forest was so that I could use it for a Moldramon trade. It would help with recruiting Moldramon, and that was also why I collected a high speed disc from the Amida Forest. 2 items that would go towards recruiting Moldramon. When I am exploring through the game, I do have a tendency to go out of my way a lot, and that's because I'm looking out for items such as Digi mushrooms, happy mushrooms, blue apples, ice mushrooms, or things like that. Such items can come in handy throughout the game. There can be value in giving such items to your Digimon. And not only that, but Digi mushrooms are one of the items that are needed for Mulgemon trades, and you saw that I traded all of my Digimushrooms with one of the Mulgemons in exchange for medium HPs, and medium HPs is another item that's needed for Mulgemon trades, and you would have seen that I traded my medium HPs for super defense discs. And not only was it compulsory to trade at least one of each of those items, but it's also helpful to do some of the trading that I've done, and that's because super defense discs sell for 2,000 bits. Medium HPs cost 500 bits to purchase, but if you trade medium HPs for super defense discs, then the super defense discs will sell for 2,000 bits, which is more than four times what the medium HPs would have cost. And trading Digimushrooms for medium HPs is a very good trade, because medium HPs would cost 500 bits to purchase, and if you trade Digimushrooms for medium HPs and then trade the medium HPs for super defense discs, then for each Digimushroom that you collect, you are effectively getting 2,000 bits out of it, and I don't want to be getting into unnecessary battles. Yeah, judging by how weak that was, and the fact that I want to keep my battles down, it didn't require too much thought to decide that it was probably better to run away from that battle, even though it affects happiness and discipline and sends you back a bit and is a waste of time. But yeah, you might have noticed that I do go out of my way a lot when exploring, and that's to try and find Digimushrooms, which I can trade for medium HPs and then super defense discs, and then sell the super defense discs for 2,000 bits each. And I do also look out for other items which can't be traded but still come in handy, like blue apples boosting happiness, ice mushrooms boosting discipline, Dulux mushrooms boosting stats, etc, etc. I am, on the lookout while exploring, looking out for Digimushrooms and other mushrooms. Sorry, Digimushrooms and other items. The happy mushroom was an item that I was interested in pretty much straight from the beginning of the game, and I was looking out for happy mushrooms. But I have been looking out for happy mushrooms, but when I was at the Amida Forest, I made the most of the opportunity to guarantee a happy mushroom by grinding until I got one. And it is taking a bit of time to successfully get through the misty trees, which is a bit annoying, but perseverance, I will get there eventually. It's only a matter of luck. And I'm continuing to get unlucky, and Gabumon now needs the toilet as well, and there's an item here. Digipine. Boosts training for a while. I assume that means that it boosts training until you feed your Digimon a different item, because that's how it works with super carrots and hawk radishes. You give one of those to your Digimon and it boosts training effects, and the effects last until you feed your Digimon something different. And I'm guessing that it works the same way with Digipines. You feed it to your Digimon, and the effects last until you feed your Digimon something different. I think the only item I haven't yet explained is mouldy meat, my reasoning for grinding for a mouldy meat at the Amida Forest. The reason why I grinded for a mouldy meat is because it will make Frigimon's recruitment easier. It will help with recruiting Frigimon, and that's why I was keen to get a mouldy meat. Another unwanted battle. Going to have to flee again, and my happiness and discipline is going to have to take another pounding. Despite my love for this game, there are certain weaknesses of mine, certain weak spots, certain things I'm not very good at. One of the things I'm not very good at is avoiding Digimon. I probably didn't need to tell you that though, because you were probably able to figure it out for yourself. Well, since there's Otamamon this time, there were no random Digimon, and that made it a lot easier to make it through. Oh, spiny green? Ah, can't carry any more. Can I make room for it? I'd say the medicine probably has the least value out of everything that's there. No, I didn't battle the Otamamon because I don't want to battle him just yet. I do intend on fighting him, but there's other things I want to do first. That's why I just ignored him and just went through to the next part of the Gecko Swamp. I was talking about Frigimon. In order to recruit Frigimon, you have to go to Friesland with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well, and you need for that Digimon to become sick so that Frigimon rescues you, and then you need to return to Frigimon when you've got a Digimon who can tolerate the cold weather, speak to Frigimon, and he'll then join the city afterwards. Gabumon is a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, and in which case there's no chance of me getting rescued by Frigimon while I've got Gabumon as my Digimon. Even if Gabumon was to become sick somehow, I still wouldn't get rescued by Frigimon, because Gabumon is a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather. You know, the Digimon who gets sick has to be a Digimon who can't tolerate the cold weather. My intention is to go to Friesland with a different Digimon, a Digimon different to Gabumon, a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well, and I plan for that Digimon to become sick in Freezeland so that Frigimon will save the day, thus taking the first step towards recruiting Frigimon. And another unwanted battle. This is a battle I can't run away from, but I don't want to see it a Patamon here and now. I'm just going to have to beat him once and then refuse to fight him for a second time. Right, no more battling Patamon. When he says to fight again, refuse. Now avoid him. The reason why mouldy meat comes in handy with Frigimon's recruitment is because if you give a mouldy meat to your Digimon, then there is a 100% certainty that it will make your Digimon sick. That's what happens when you give mouldy meat to your Digimon. It makes your Digimon sick. And instead of going to Freezeland with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather and loitering and waiting for the Digimon to become sick naturally, it's much quicker and easier to give the Digimon a mouldy meat, make it sick that way, and then get rescued by Frigimon. Make your Digimon sick with a mouldy meat. Make sure it's a Digimon who can't tolerate the cold weather. Go to Freezeland, give it the mouldy meat, make it sick, get rescued by Frigimon. That's the first step done. I plan to use the mouldy meat to make a suitable Digimon sick in Freezeland, resulting in Frigimon rescuing us. That doesn't involve any recruitments, that doesn't involve any battles, it's just the initial part of the recruitment, and then by returning to Frigimon with Gabumon as my Digimon and speaking to Frigimon, he will then join the city. I would have had help from an alternative Digimon, but no battling would have taken place with alternative Digimon. No recruitments would have happened with an alternative Digimon. The recruitment itself would have happened with Gabumon. and Frigimon's recruitment is a recruitment that doesn't require any battles. I'm now heading to the item shop here at Gear Savannah. I want to sell some of my items and then purchase Digimon cards to the value of 300 merit points. I just paused the game briefly. But I need 300 merit points. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, and the rest will have to come from buying packs of 3. Right, so to check the cards, 30 points, 40, 60, 70, 90, 100, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 210, 20, 30, 45, 65, 80, 95, 305, and these are just the 1-pointers. So it looks like I've got 5 points more than I need out of the target of 300. It looks like I've got 305. 10, 25, 40, 60, 75, 85, 95, 105, 115, 125, 135, 145, 155, 65, 75, 85, 205, 15, 35, 45, 65, 75, 305. So if we just sell one of the 5 pointers, that will put it right. So that's 300 merit points in total. When I was purchasing items, you might have noticed that I only purchased 98 medium HPs. My reason for that is because I will soon be travelling through Mount Panorama, and there are a few items there, one of which is a medium HP. If I had 99 medium HPs in my inventory, then I wouldn't be able to take the medium HP from Mount Panorama, but by having 98 medium HPs in my inventory, I will be able to take the one at Mount Panorama and put myself up to 99 medium HPs. I believe there's also a medium MP and a various there, as well as a medium HP. Now that I've got the Digimon cards that I was after, I wasn't after specific Digimon cards, I just wanted Digimon cards that would have the combined value of 300 merit points. I have that, and now that I've got that, I've returned to the Gecko Swamp, and I now want Otamamon to show up so that I can battle him, and if I successfully defeat him, then I will then have access to the Volume Villa. Here he is. I'll just check first if there are any items. Doesn't look like it, so let's get the battle started. Otamamon dishes out childish insults at you when you approach him. If it was real life, and I had that, then I would just ignore it. But in this game, you have to respond to it and have it out with Otamamon in order to be able to make any sort of progress, or at least progress with the Volume Villa and Misty Trees and Toy Town and all places like those. By having this conversation, we will be informed of Cherrymon. That will result in us being able to encounter Cherrymon and then have access to Toy Town. And more imminently, we can speak to the Geckomon on the right. He will inform us about Shogun Geckomon having an interest in Digimon cards, and then talk to Shogun Geckomon, trade in the Digimon cards that you have, get merit points for it, and then the merit points can be used to purchase prizes. 300 merit points is what you need for the Amazing Rod. So as well as the old rod that we obtained in the Trash Mountain, we do now have the Amazing Rod, which is much better than the old rod. Well, we will need to, at some point, we will need to catch a Digianchovy and a black trout, because those are 2 items that are needed for Moldramon trades, and I will also need to, when I've done the initial stuff in order for Seadramon to show up at the Dragon Eye Lake, I will need to catch Seadramon and speak to him and request friendship from him, and then have him take us to the Beetle Land. That's stuff to happen later on. It's not stuff to happen right now. And you probably noticed that I haven't yet recruited Elepmon, and the reason for that, well, I mean, I am about to recruit Elepmon, but the reason why I didn't recruit him any sooner is because at the moment this area that I'm entering just has Elepmon in it, and for as long as you don't recruit Elepmon, it will just be Elepmon here. But once you recruit him, he gets replaced by random Digimon who roam around. And when I first went through this area when heading to the secret item shop in Gear Savannah, I chose not to recruit Elepmon there and then, because I knew I was going to go back through this area when returning to the Gecko Swamp and when heading to the Mount Panorama, which is what I'm doing now. And I chose to delay recruiting Elepmon so that the area that Elepmon was in wouldn't contain random Digimon when going back through the area. Yeah, I chose to delay recruiting Elepmon for as long as possible. I decided to not recruit him until going through that area for the last time, and that just meant that there wouldn't have been the random Digimon who replace Elepmon. I wouldn't have had them roaming around when travelling through the area, so I just delayed recruiting Elepmon so that I didn't have to worry about avoiding the random Digimon, because you would have seen for yourself that I'm not very good at avoiding Digimon. I'm very prone to running into random Digimon and getting into unwanted battles, and because of that I try to, avoid random Digimon as much as possible, and that means doing things like with delaying the Elepmon recruit. There's the medium recovery, there's the medium MP, here's the first step towards recruiting Vademon, and I don't have room in the inventory for the various. If I was to discard something, then I would say the small recoveries probably have the least value. I need to give one to Numemon, but I could give the others to Gabumon just to make sure that my HP is at the maximum, and it also could create the opportunity for Gabumon to decline and for me to then be able to scold him and boost my discipline. I am now down to the final small recovery, so I'll have to give it to Numemon. clear up the space in my inventory so that I can collect the various, but more importantly, recruit Numemon. From here, I'm just going to travel through to the native forest, and in doing so, I will clear the boulders that were previously separating the native forest and Mount Panorama. There are only two ways in which it's possible to clear the boulders. One of them is by battling the Numemon in the lava cave, and the other is to do what I'm doing here, just travel from Mount Panorama to the native forest. The boulders are now clear, and Mount Panorama is now available to us, should we want to go there or need to go there. I'm definitely not done with it yet. I haven't. There's obviously Vademon is a Digimon who you recruit in Mount Panorama. Same with Numemon. Neither of them are Digimon who I'm going to be recruiting soon. But you know, they are recruits that will need to happen at some point. For Numemon to show up at Mount Panorama, the requirement is to have recruited Centaurimon and to have spoken to Centaurimon so that your character is aware of the clinic at the city, because when you aid Numemon, you mention to him that there's a clinic at the city. If you haven't recruited Centaurimon and haven't spoken to him at the city, then Numemon won't spawn at Mount Panorama. You need to have recruited Centaurimon and spoken to him beforehand. And with Numemon recruited, and with Biomon recruited as well, we no longer have the basic item shop, which was set up by Colamon and Betamon. We now have the much more advanced item shop, where there's a lot more variety, a lot more items available to you. The meat can be used as bait to catch a Digianchovy and a black trout. The Digimushrooms can later be traded for medium recoveries. I don't currently have any small recoveries in my inventory, so I'll need to purchase some of those if I want them. You'll see that Tainamon mentioned about the strange plant that's growing at the tropical jungle. I won't be able to do anything about that yet, but on day 15 I will be able to, well, there'll be the opportunity for me to help myself to the rain plant that grows beside Tainamon, and then with the rain plant I'll be able to give it to the plant that's growing at the tropical jungle and produce Vegemon, and then have Vegemon join the city. For Tainamon to mention about the strange plant that's growing at the tropical jungle, I believe the requirements for Tainamon to say about the plant are for you to have a minimum of 9 prosperity points, and also for you to have recruited Palmon. Because when if you haven't recruited Palmon, then Tainamon will be the Digimon working on the meat farm, and I don't think it's possible for Tainamon to mention about the tropical jungle plant if Tainamon is the Digimon working on the meat farm, and that's regardless of how much time goes by or how many prosperity points you've got. I think that for Tainamon to mention about the plant, you need Palmon to be the Digimon working on the meat farm, so that Tainamon won't be working on the meat farm and instead will be in the position that she's currently in. And by having a minimum of 9 prosperity points, I think that's the requirement, Tainamon will then say about the plant at the tropical jungle. As for the rain plant, I think the requirement again is for Palmon to have been recruited, so that Tainamon isn't the Digimon working on the meat farm. And then the rain plant is available on day 15 of every year. So that's the black trout in the bag. That's the Digi-anchovy in the bag. I'm just going to check if there's a Digi-mushroom down here. Yes, there it is. I think this is our 3rd day of having Gabumon as my Digimon, and in which case, if I was to Digivolve naturally, then it would be possible for him to Digivolve today, and for me to lose the ability to make any further progress with Gabumon as my Digimon, lose the ability to get into any battles and recruit any Digimon. But if I'm successful with avoiding a natural Digivolution, then we don't need to worry about Gabumon Digivolving until tomorrow. That does give us a bit of time to consider any further progress that we want to try and make. We currently just have Sonic Jab as our technique. I am keen to learn other techniques, better techniques. I think that Gabumon can learn learn and use a total of 5 battle techniques, and I think those techniques are Sonic Jab, Dynamite Kick, Megaton Punch, Tremor, and War Cry. I don't think Gabumon can learn or use Counter, Muscle Charge, or Buster Dive. And Gabumon also has Fire as a nature, his secondary nature. You know, his primary nature is Battle, his second nature is Fire. And I think he can learn a total of 2 Fire techniques. Fire Tower and Heat Laser. The techniques that I'm most interested in are Megaton Punch and War Cry. War Cry would help with boosting our stats during battles. I'm most interested in boosting my attack to enable myself to do greater damage, and that's why I'm, interested in War Cry. I would much prefer Muscle Charge, but if Gabumon can't learn that, then he can't learn it. It's good that he can at least learn War Cry. Good that he can at least learn a technique that boosts your stats during battles. It's a shame it's not Muscle Charge, but at least War Cry is available. And Megaton Punch is one of the stronger battle techniques, and in my opinion it's probably the best battle technique. Megaton Punch combined with War Cry will create the potential for us to do damage in battles, but we will need to have, a high enough attack stat. At the moment, our stats are all pretty feeble, but here at the Great Canyon, I am battling these Gaburimons, hoping to learn Megaton Punch and War Cry, because the Gaburimons here use both of those techniques, plus other techniques as well. Okay, no techniques learnt from that battle, but if we leave and re-enter, then we can try again. Presently, the aim is to focus on techniques and try to learn Megaton Punch and War Cry. Recruitments are to be put aside for the time being. I'm going to challenge these Gabumon again and hope that I learn either Megaton Punch or Warcry. Oh, Megaton Punch. Brilliant. Having learned Megaton Punch, I would now like to return to the city and save, so that the progress of learning Megaton Punch will be safe. My Gabumon's Digivolution isn't exactly a million miles away. I would say that we're probably talking somewhere between like half a day and a day until he digivolves, and there are things that I would like to do in between now and him digivolving, and that means that I want to, with learning Megaton Punch and Warcry, I want it to take as few battles as possible. I want it to take the least amount of time as possible. That's why I chose to return to the city and save, and that way, if I don't have any joy with learning Warcry, then I can reset and try again. I don't want it to take too many battles. I don't want it to be too time consuming. There are, numerous Digimon who I could learn Megaton Punch from. There are numerous Digimon who I could learn Warcry from. I was keen to challenge the Gabumons at the Great Canyon because of the fact that they are very prone to inflicting damage upon each other. Which is very helpful for me. One of their techniques is Winter Blast, an attack which hits every Digimon, and they will damage each other by doing that. And not only that, but when a Gabumon gets hit by an opposing Digimon, it's very common for the Gabumon to then directly attack the Digimon that inflicted damage upon it, and then the Gaburimons end up doing more damage to one another. Yeah, you might have a Gaburimon who gets hit by Winter Blast, and then the Gaburimon then uses Spitfire on the Gaburimon who uses Winter Blast, and then the Gaburimon who got hit by Spitfire might then use Spitfire back at the Gaburimon that attacked it with Spitfire, and then they keep hitting each other and keep doing damage, and it just makes things a lot easier for me if the opposing Digimon are hurting themselves and taking the job away from me. The job of defeating them, they're kind of taking that job away from me, and they're kind of doing the job themselves. Okay, so we carry on, and now it's all about Warcry. Nothing learnt, so we will try again. Despite the fact that I've learnt Megaton Punch, I will continue to only use Sonic Jab in these battles against the Gaburimons, because I think Sonic Jab is the better choice of technique against these Gaburimons. It uses less MP. Sonic Jab uses less MP, and I think that if I was to use Megaton Punch, then a lot of them would be stopped with Spitfire and other techniques, and that would be a waste of MP. Ah, great. Warcry has been learnt as well. And that does it for techniques that I am interested in learning. I do not care for Tremor or Dynamite Kick, nor do I care for Fire Tower or Heat Laser. I've got what I was after. So that does it for learning techniques. That does it for intentionally getting into random battles. When I say random battles, I'm talking about battles against the random Digimon who just roam around. I'm not necessarily talking about the main battles which you have to get into in order to recruit recruit Digimon or make progress towards recruitments. Okay, well, very important to save because my next intention is to try and recruit a Digimon, and the recruitment that I am aiming to try and fulfill is a recruitment where there's no guarantee that I will successfully recruit the Digimon before Gabumon Digivolves. That's why I saved, so that if I was to be unsuccessful with the recruitment before Gabumon Digivolves, then I can reload and try again. The recruitment that I'm talking about is usually my most dreaded recruit in this game, my least favourite recruit, because I consider it to be one of the harder recruits, one of the more annoying recruits, one of the more luck-based recruits, where it's a lot less about you and what you do and a lot more about luck. The recruitment that I am referring to is Numemon. I am heading back to the Great Canyon and I want to try and recruit Numemon while I've got Gabumon as my Digimon, and I want to do it in this lifespan. I want to try and recruit Numemon before Gabumon Digivolves. Just if I can recruit Numemon, then it will get one of the more dreaded recruits out of the way. And by having Numemon working at the item shop, I will have the benefit of being able to purchase protective floppies from him, which will come in handy in this game, come in handy in this challenge, because if I use a protective floppy at the start of a battle, then it will eliminate any risk of Gabumon being subject to status harm. Gabumon is an okay customer, and Portable Potty is an okay choice of item. There are 3 different items that the Digimon can ask for: medicine, portable potties, and meat. Medicine is the item that you can make a lot of money from. Portable potty you can make some money from, and meat you will make virtually no money from. Well, with meat you make very little money. There are 4 different customers you can have: Gabumon, Weedmon, Gabumon, and this red penguin Digimon. And when they ask you for an item, you have 3 choices. You can either keep the price at the regular price, or you can raise the price, or you can lower the price. And when you choose to raise the price, there are, I think, 5 different steps that you can raise the price by, and if you choose to lower the price, then I think there are 3 different steps that you can lower the price by. I'm not hugely sure off the top of my head, because lowering the price isn't really something that I would do. When it comes to medicines and portable potties, I do try to raise the price, but when it comes to meat, I usually choose to keep the price at the regular amount, because where meat is worth such a tiny amount of money, I don't think it's worth the hassle of trying to raise the price if the difference in profit is going to be so minute. The Gabumon, in my experience, is the most easygoing customer, and when he asks for medicine or portable potties, I try to raise the price by the maximum of 5 steps. Weedmon, I find, is the least easygoing customer, and when Weedmon asks for medicine or portable potties, then I tend to raise the price by just 1 step. Gabumon, I find, is more easygoing than Weedmon, but less easygoing than Gabumon, and I tend to raise the price by 2 steps when Gabumon asks for a medicine or a portable potty. The penguin Digimon seems to be entirely unpredictable, and I just choose to raise the price by the maximum of 5 steps when it comes to medicine and portable potties. Obviously, by charging a higher price, you will make a larger profit, and you have to make a certain profit in order for Monochromon to join the city. I think it's somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100, but the higher the price that you charge, the smaller the chance of the Digimon agreeing to the purchase, and the better the chance of the Digimon storming off. There's the potential for you to get 20 customers in total, 10 in the first half of the shift and 10 in the second half of the shift. But whenever a customer storms off, not only do you not make a sale from that customer, but you also lose one extra customer. That's why it's a problem when Digimon storm off. But with the Penguin Digimon, regardless of whether I raise the price to the maximum or raise the price slightly or keep the price the same or even lower the price, the Digimon seems... it just seems to be that the Digimon's response is pretty much the Penguin Digimon. It seems that their response seems to be much the same regardless of what I do, whether they agree to the purchase or if they just storm off. But that's a general guideline when I say about, raising the price to the maximum for Gabumon or the Penguin Digimon, or raising the price by 2 steps for Gotsumon or 1 step for Weedmon. It's a general guideline that I go to. If I was in a position where I had a Gabumon as my customer and he was asking for medicine, and I was in a position where I was close to the target, close to reaching the profit that you need, and I was in a position where I could reach the target by selling the medicine at the regular price, then I would probably choose to charge the regular price, just for a much better chance of the Digimon agreeing to the purchase and me then having a much better chance of reaching the target. There is no prize for achieving a larger profit than what is necessary. It doesn't matter if you get the target exactly, or if you get an extra 100 bits of profit or an extra 1,000 bits of profit. It really doesn't make any difference whatsoever. I do sometimes make exceptions depending on the circumstances, depending on the position that I'm in. But I did successfully recruit Monochromon with just 1 attempt, and I now have a bit of time left over with Gabumon as my Digimon. I would imagine it's only a matter of hours until Gabumon will Digivolve. And I'm now heading back to where the Moldramons are, because I would like to trade my medium recoveries for super defense discs, which I plan to sell for a substantial profit. And I've also got a Digianchovy in my inventory, an item which I haven't yet traded with the Moldramons, which I am now able to trade. There's one Moldramon where I've traded Digimushrooms and Happy Mushrooms, but still need a Super Carrot. I won't be able to get a Super Carrot until Vegemon has joined the city. There's another Moldramon where I've traded Giant Meat and High Speed Disc. The other remaining item is a Black Trout, which I've got in the inventory. And then the other Moldramon, medium recoveries have been traded already. I'm about to trade a Digianchovy, and then that will just leave a Omni Floppy. And interestingly, when you trade a Super Carrot with the Moldramon who wants a Super Carrot, in return you actually get an Omni Floppy, and that's an easy way of getting an Omni Floppy for this Moldramon. Even though I do already have a Black Trout, I don't plan on trading it yet, and the reason for that is because when you trade the final item with these Moldramons, when you trade the 9th item, you trade the final item with the final Moldramon. The Moldramon who you do the trade with is the Moldramon who joins the city, and the Moldramon who joins the city, you lose the ability to do any more trading with that Moldramon because he leaves Friesland and joins the city. The other 2 Moldramon remain in Friesland, and you keep the ability to trade with those Moldramon. And out of the 3 Moldramon who you are able to trade with, and the trades that are available, the items that you can give and the items that you can get in return, the Moldramon who wants a Black Trout is the Moldramon who I value the least when it comes to trading. And because of that, I like him to be the Moldramon who joins the city, because I feel like I lose the least by losing the ability to do trades with that Moldramon. I like to keep the other 2 Moldramon in Friesland so that I keep the ability to do trading with those Moldramons. I think I have more to gain by doing trades with those Moldramons than the one who wants Black Trouts. And the gist of what I'm saying is that I want to... The Moldramon who wants Black Trouts, I want to do the final trade with him so that he is the Moldramon who will join the city. And that's why, for the time being, I'm going to keep the Black Trout in the item bank, and I'm not going to trade it until all of the other trades have been done. I'm doing okay for items at the moment. I only purchased 98 protective floppies because there is a protective floppy that I am planning to collect, and if I add that to the other 98 protective floppies, then it will bring me up to 99 protective floppies. There are other items that I am interested in, which I don't currently have, and there are items in my inventory which I value, items in the item bank which I value. But at the moment I've reduced my inventory to just 2 items. I've put everything into the item bank apart from autopilots and medium recoveries, I am going to go back to Friesland from here and trade the 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs, and I've got the autopilots in my inventory so that I can make a swift return to the city, but as well as going to Friesland for to trade the medium recoveries, I'm also planning on going to the Ice Sanctuary, not to recruit Angemon here and now, but to loot the Ice Sanctuary and collect the items that are there. I'm no longer interested in Digimushrooms because I'm now in a position where, with the money that I've got and the resources that I've got and the items that are available to me, I now consider Digimushrooms to be small fry. So I'm not interested in Digimushrooms anymore, but I do still look out for other items such as Happy Mushrooms, Blue Apples, Dulux Mushrooms, etc, etc, because those items do still have value in my eyes. And those of you who know this game quite well will probably be aware that Gabumon has just gotten sick. Well, that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that some of you might be aware that Gabumon is a data type, and data types can't enter Ice Sanctuary. Only vaccine types can enter the Ice Sanctuary, but thanks to a glitch that I'm aware of, it is possible to enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, regardless of what type the Digimon is, whether the Digimon is a vaccine type or a data type or a virus type. Those are the three different types in this game: vaccine, data and virus. And I don't want to get into an unwanted battle here. If I praise Gabumon and reduce an animation, hopefully he'll go away, and he has. So yes, thanks to a glitch, you can enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, and I'm going to try to enter Ice Sanctuary with Gabumon by using the glitch. But as well as being awful at avoiding Digimon, I am also awful at the Ice Sanctuary skip. I think that's the name of the glitch which enables you to enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon. I am dreadful at the Ice Sanctuary skip the same way that I'm dreadful at avoiding unwanted Digimon, avoiding unwanted battles. And there are other things that I'm particularly bad at, which I will have to attempt in this game. But presently I'm going to try and enter Ice Sanctuary with Gabumon, and this is something that might not go very smoothly because of how much I struggle with it. Okay, so it's been pretty awful so far. But I have now managed to enter the Ice Sanctuary, and I did a much worse job at it than what a lot of people would have done. But I'm here inside of the Ice Sanctuary, and I regret to say that the Ice Sanctuary skip is something that I will have to do more than once in this challenge. The reason for that is because I've already said that I'm only here initially to collect the items that are here, and that means that later on in a different lifespan I will have to return to the Ice Sanctuary if I'm to try and recruit Angemon, and with Gabumon as my Digimon, he will still be a data type, obviously, so he still won't be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary naturally, and that means that I will have to rely on the Ice Sanctuary skip. I will have to produce the glitch again in order to enter Ice Sanctuary with Gabumon. The Ice Sanctuary can only be entered naturally if you've got a Digimon who's a vaccine type. The Grey Lord's Mansion you can only enter if your Digimon is a virus type. As for data Digimon, well, there's no area in this game which can only be accessed with a data type. Data types can enter neither Grey Lord's Mansion or Ice Sanctuary, and I don't believe there are any benefits to having a data type. The benefits to having a vaccine type is you can easily enter Ice Sanctuary without having to rely on the glitch. Benefits of a virus type, you can enter Grey Lord's Mansion. Benefits of a data type, I don't believe there are any. Data types can't oh, okay, looks like I'm digivolving. Data types can't enter Grey Lord's Mansion, nor can they naturally enter the Ice Sanctuary, whereas vaccine types and virus types can at least enter one of those places. Numemon it is. At least that's cured my sickness. But here onwards, I am not allowed to get into any battles, nor am I allowed to recruit any Digimon. There are some things that I am allowed to do, and there are things that I will be doing with Numemon as my Digimon. The first thing that I'm going to do is go to the Mulgermons and trade the medium recoveries for super defense discs, and then return to the city via an autopilot. Numemon isn't a data type, he's a virus type. That comes with the benefit of being able to enter Grey Lord's Mansion. And with the Ice Sanctuary skip, you can also enter Ice Sanctuary with a virus type. The same with a data type. But at least with a virus type, you can enter both Greylord's Mansion and the Ice Sanctuary. Greylord's Mansion you can enter naturally, and Ice Sanctuary you have to rely on a glitch. Oh yeah, and I also got an Omni floppy from the Ice Sanctuary, and I've traded that, which means that I've now traded all 3 of the items with this Moljamon, and I've traded 2 items with both of the other Moljamons. That leaves me needing to trade just 1 more item with each of the other Moljamons. A black trout, which is in the item bank, and a super carrot, which I will have to rely on Vegemon for. All those extra items have just been sold for money. I can buy pack, medium recoveries, I can top up autopilots, and now I'm back to where I was, except I have a lot more money than what I previously had. I took the liberty of putting everything into my item bank, reason being I need as much inventory space as possible. And when you need inventory space, there's nothing better than having an inventory that is completely empty. I currently have 10 spaces in my inventory for any items that I might want to get. And Numemon's usefulness is just about kicking in. The first thing I'm going to use him for is I'm going to take him to the drill tunnel and have him move the boulder at the lava cave. He is a champion Digimon and therefore can move the boulder, which Gabumon wasn't able to move because Gabumon is only a rookie Digimon. By getting the boulder out of the way, we will have access to the rest of the lava cave in a future lifespan when we've got Gabumon as our Digimon. That will mean having access to Miramon, and if you defeat Miramon, then he joins the city, and it also leads to you later being able to recruit Digivolve and Numemon. Because after defeating Numemon, you can then go straight to this Digimon, who will be located elsewhere. He will be digging. If you speak to him and then return 3 days later and speak to him again, he will join the city. As for Numemon's recruit, there's a different part of the drill tunnel where there's a separate Digimon who is digging, and he eventually can dig through to an area known as Numemon's Ancestors' Cave, but for the Digimon to dig through to it, there are requirements. I think the requirements are to have a minimum of 45 prosperity points and to have recruited Numemon. I won't be able to battle Numemon in this lifespan because we've seen the last of Gabumon for this lifespan, but Numemon, Digimon, Numemon, that's all stuff for future lifespans, when I will have Gabumon as my Digimon. The happy mushroom that I just found is to go into the item bank. I am heading back to the city, and once I put the happy mushroom into the item bank, I will then use the shortcut that Numemon created when we recruited Numemon to get from the city to the Digimon Bridge, and I will then be heading to Grey Lord's mansion. I've already explained that Numemon is a virus type and can enter Grey Lord's mansion because of that. And by going to Grey Lord's mansion, we can collect all of the items that are there. That's why I wanted my inventory to be completely empty. I wanted space for collecting the items that are at Grey Lord's mansion, and I can also see to the initial part of Grey Lord's mansion by finding my Ultismon and aiding him by giving him the sirloin that he needs. And that will take care of the first part of Grey Lord's mansion, aiding my Ultismon and collecting the items that are at Grey Lord's mansion. Does not involve getting into any battles, nor does it involve recruiting any Digimon. Aiding my Ultismon can lead to you later being able to recruit Skullgreymon. You need to have recruited Xiaomon, and you need to have a certain number of prosperity points, and you have to read an article about my Ultismon on Xiaomon's notice board, and then return to Grey Lord's mansion, and from there you can make further progress and recruit Skullgreymon. That does require getting into battles, and it's self-explanatory that it also involves making a recruitment, because you are recruiting Skullgreymon. but at the moment we are able to enter Greylord's mansion, collect all of the items, and see to the first part of Skull Greymon's recruitment, the first part of helping Mayotismon, and we can do all of that without defying any of the rules of the challenge, because we're not going to get into any battles with Numemon as our Digimon, nor are we going to recruit any Digimon with Numemon as our Digimon. Yeah, what we are going to be doing is completely legitimate in accordance to the rules of the challenge, the same way that moving the boulder at the lava cave was completely legitimate. Aiding Mayotismon and collecting the items here in Greylord's mansion is completely legitimate. But we've just obtained the mansion key, and we can now unlock most of the doors here at the Greylord's mansion. Before, the door that I've just used was the only door that we were able to use. And then, well, the door was like the first door that I was able to use, and then there were other doors that I was able to use, and that led to me getting the mansion key. And now there are other doors that I can use which I previously couldn't use. With the mansion key, I'm able to now use most of the doors and access most of the areas within Greylord's mansion. I've got 4 spaces in my inventory. I'm dropping down to a new part of Greylord's mansion that I haven't yet been to. There is a medicine just around here which will reduce me to 3 items. Mayotismon will give us a refrigerator key that will reduce me to 2 spaces in my inventory, but there are other items to be collected, and I won't be able to collect all of the items in this visit because my inventory will fill up, but I will be able to return to the city with a full inventory and sell some of the items and put the others into the item bank. You know, the ones I want will go into the item bank, the ones I don't want will be sold, and then by returning to Greylord's mansion I can collect the last of the items that are here. I need to go this way, and I use that door because I hadn't already unlocked that door. There are 2 doors leading to this room, one of them had already been unlocked. I used the one that hadn't already been unlocked. I have a bit of OCD with wanting to unlock all of the doors that I'm able to unlock with the mansion key. The use of the refrigerator key here has cleared up a space in the inventory, but having used the refrigerator key and read the memo, there is now a sirloin in the Overdale Cemetery, the sirloin that you need to give to Mayotismon, and that will fill up the space which we cleared when using the refrigerator key. The sirloin is only useful for giving to my Ultismon. But interestingly, if you enter the Overdale Cemetery like I'm doing, you can see the sirloin there, and if you leave the Overdale Cemetery and return to the Overdale Cemetery without giving the sirloin to my Ultismon, then the sirloin will respawn. There it is. And you can actually, if you want to, you can collect the sirloin indefinitely by repeatedly leaving the Overdale Cemetery and re-entering the Overdale Cemetery. The sirloin doesn't stop spawning until after you give a sirloin to my Ultismon. I am heading to my Ultismon to give him a sirloin, and that will stop the sirloin from spawning, and it will no longer be an obtainable item. But when I play the game, I like to collect 2 of the sirloins so that I can give one to my Ultismon and put the other into the item bank. And that way I've got an item in the item bank which isn't meant to be an obtainable item, an item that you're not meant to be able to have. And I just like the principle of having an item in the item bank that you're not meant to be able to have. You know, I like the sentimental value of having one of the sirloins. That's why I collect 2 before I give one to my Ultismon. And we've got just 2 doors left to unlock. This one leads to 4 items. I won't be able to collect all of them. Medicine, defense disc, protective floppy, can't take, large MP, can't take. So when I return to Greylord's mansion in a bit, I will have to collect the protective floppy and the large MP. The large MP is an item that I will sell, and the protective floppy I will add to my 98 other protective floppies, bringing myself up to 99 protective floppies. There's no advantage from going into the room that I just went into and falling for the trap, but I still like to do it regardless. That's all of the doors unlocked which can currently be unlocked. And from returning to the city, I can now sort out my inventory by selling what I don't want, and then what I do want can either stay in my inventory or go into the item bank. Okay, that sirloin can go, that's just a regular sirloin. The Omnidisc can go. The Restore can go, as can the medicines. And the defense disc. The rest I would like to hold on to. The item bank is my next stop. Okay, so the mansion key can go in, the MP chips, MP chip, should I say, the brain chips and the sirloin. The autopilot can't go in because I've already got 99 autopilots in the item bank. Medium recoveries can come out for more Moldramon trading. The giant meats can come out because I'm going to be getting more of those from Palmon as I progress. Next visit shall be Grey Lord's mansion, and the plan is not to return straight to the city from Grey Lord's mansion, but to go from Grey Lord's mansion to Friesland. I plan to trade the medium recoveries, but that's not the only thing that I'm going to Friesland for. I am also heading in the direction of a different destination with a separate objective in mind. I'm not talking about the Ice Sanctuary. I've already done as much of that as I am currently able to do. I won't be going to the Ice Sanctuary again until a later lifespan, and I will have Gabumon as my Digimon when I do. So there's only one room that I need to go to. This one. Plenty of room in our inventory for more items. Not that we need it at the moment. If I wanted to, then I could speak to Yoramon when Yoramon is active and be told about the bandits at the Olga Fortress. I can do that with any Digimon. When I speak to Yoramon, it doesn't matter like what Digimon I've got. Yoramon will tell me about the bandits, but that's not something that I want to do at the moment because I need to be able to make trips from the File City to Friesland. And at the moment, I'm able to go straight through the Great Canyon without any difficulties and get to Friesland that way. For as long as I don't speak to Yoramon, there's not going to be any issues with the Great Canyon. But if I was to speak to Yoramon, then I would have to defeat Olgamon in order to be able to get to Friesland land via the Great Canyon. And if I wanted to go to Friesland while avoiding Olgamon, then I would have to take the long way around, which would mean going through Mount Panorama, Gear Savannah, Gecko Swamp, Misty Trees. Yeah, I'd have to go that way, which would take quite a bit longer. I think it makes the most sense not to speak to Yorimon about the bandits until I'm in a position where I'm ready to fight Olgamon and want to fight him. That's not going to be in this lifespan. Now, I'm not heading in the direction of the Mulgamons, because the other thing that I'm here for is something that I would like to see to first before paying the Mulgamons another visit. I am heading to the Misty Trees, and my intention is to speak to Cherrymon, where I will then have access to Toy Town. I have no objection with letting Numemon sleep, because I'm going to need to fade away. I'm going to need my Digimon to fade away before I will be able to start over with another Gabumon. So I want time to go by quickly so that I can end this lifespan and move on to the next lifespan. So I'm not going to be keeping my Digimon awake. That's only something that I'm going to be doing when I've got Gabumon as my Digimon. It's only useful to do when I've got Gabumon as my Digimon. I'm going into the room where Muntzymon is, and I'm going to be Digivolving from Numemon to Muntzymon. And now I need to go to the room where the robot Digimon is and speak to him, and he will then unlock the door which leads towards Muntzymon. Okay, so Muntzymon is now available, but I'm not going to make any further progress with Toy Town here and now. I'm going to leave and backtrack to Friesland to do the Mulgamon trade-in. By speaking to the robot Digimon with Muntzymon as my Digimon, Muntzymon is now available for me, and if I return to Toy Town with Gabumon as my Digimon, then I will be able to make it to where Warumantsimon is, and then battle Warumantsimon. I had to speak to the robot Digimon with Muntsimon as my own Digimon in order for the door to get unlocked, but that was all that Muntsimon was needed for. The battle against Warumantsimon can be done with any Digimon, and I will obviously have to have the battle against Warumantsimon with Gabumon as my Digimon. All I needed to do for the time being was to get the door unlocked so that Warumantsimon would be available. That was another thing where an alternative Digimon was needed, and there are going to be other things where alternative Digimon are going to be needed. But for the time being, Lava Cave is available, which means that Miramon is available. Warumantsimon is available. The first part of Greylord's Mansion has been done. Don't care about the large MP. I've got 6 medium MPs in the item bank, so buying 93 will mean putting it up to 99 when combined with those in the item bank. I've also got a Various in the item bank, so buying 98 Variouses would mean putting it up to 99 when combining what's in my inventory with what's in the item bank. now I'm in a position where I haven't really got anything significant to do until day 15. So for the time being, I'm now going to be mostly training and resting and sleeping, and it's all going to be in the interest of trying to make time go by as quickly as possible. I do want Numemon to fade away so that I can move on to my next lifespan. So I am working towards Numemon fading away, but I'm also working towards day 15, and the reason why day 15 is significant is because that is the day in which the rain plant will be available, and I can grab it and then put it into the item bank for later. I won't be able to go to Tropical Jungle in this lifespan and use the rain plant, because that would result in me recruiting Vegiemon while my own Digimon isn't Gabumon, and that would be against the rules. But if I put the rain plant into the item bank, then when I do have Gabumon as my Digimon, I can take the rain plant out of the item bank, go to the Tropical Jungle with it, and recruit Vegiemon. But for the time being, it's just going to be more of the same. I'm going to be training, I'm going to be resting, I'm going to be sleeping, I'm going to be retrieving giant meats from Palmon, I'm going to be letting Numemon use the toilet, I'm going to be not feeding Numemon, and I'm pretty much just going to be repeating that process for the time being until I am able to get the rain plant, and until Numemon fades away. Numemon needs the toilet every 6 hours. That means that he needs the toilet every time that I train 6 times. An hour passes by when you train, an hour passes by when you rest. Numemon needs the toilet every 6 hours. But where my discipline is so high, I am able to go 7 hours without taking Numemon to the toilet, because he will hold on for over an hour because of his discipline being so high. So when he needs the toilet, I don't take him to the toilet straight away. I either train once more or rest once more and then take him to the toilet. So it should be a case of using the toilet roughly every 7 hours. And passing the time by training, resting and sleeping. I think that he typically wants to sleep either at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. I think it can vary depending on how the day goes, vary depending on what you do during the day. He wants to sleep at the moment. He must be close to wanting the toilet. And I've taken the liberty of speeding the video up because it's just going to be more of the same over and over again. It's not very exciting, so I've just speeded the video up while training and resting. I only bring the video back to normal speed when putting Numemon to sleep and when collecting giant meat from Powmon. Apart from that, the video is going to be speeded up for the time being. For you viewers, the days will go by a lot more quickly thanks to the increased video speed. I'm not at all interested in my stats at the moment. I'm not training to try and boost my stats. I'm only training to pass the time more quickly. You know, I don't care about my HP in this lifespan. I don't want to get my HP really high. I don't care for it. It's just about wasting time. That's all that I'm trying to do at the moment. It's just about wasting time, trying to get through the days as quickly as possible. Even if my HP was to reach the maximum of 9,999, I would still continue to train HP as my main source of passing the time. I don't want to see the sweat bubble because that will affect my happiness and discipline. And I don't care about happiness being affected, but I do care about discipline being affected, because if my discipline was to go down by too much, then Numemon would no longer be able to go long enough without going to the toilet in order for me to be able to train 7 times. My discipline being so high is why I can train 7 times before I let Numemon use the toilet, and I wouldn't be able to do that if my discipline was to fall too low. That's why I don't want to see the sweat bubble, and that's why I'm choosing to rest. I'm generally resting 4 times a day. I'm confident that that should be enough in order for me to not see the sweat bubble. My HP is now at the maximum and has been at the maximum for a little bit, and you can see I'm still choosing to train HP because, like I said, I don't care about my HP, it's just about passing the time as quickly as possible. It's now day 14, which means that when I wake up it's going to be day 15, and the rain plant is going to be available, and I need to collect it. The rain plant is only available on day 15, it's not available on any other day of the year, and if you don't collect it on day 15, then you'll have to wait until the following year before you'll have another opportunity to collect it. It's not a case of you can collect it on day 15 or later, it has to be bang on day 15. It can't be day 16, it has to be day 15. So the rain plant is to collect dust in the item bank for the time being. I've taken the mouldy meat out because I'm thinking about my next lifespan. I am getting pretty close to it, I would imagine. I don't think it's going to be too much longer before Numemon fades away. Yeah, my happiness is very low, my care mistakes have been very high. I think those sort of things influence your Digimon's lifespan, and with all that in mind, you know, I don't think Numemon is going to reach a great age. But now that I've got the rain plant, I've now gone back to training and resting, and this is what I'll be doing until Numemon fades away. I think it's day 16, which means that okay, well, I was just about to say that I think it's day 16, which means that Numemon is 15, but that doesn't matter anymore because he's now fading away. I think a good age for an ultimate is about 18 or 19. In this instance, he only managed 15, and that's due to the fact that I have generally been a very bad tamer throughout this challenge. And controversially, instead of picking the green egg, which is the egg that you need in order to digivolve to Gabumon, I've actually chosen the pink egg, and the reason for that is because there are things that I do plan to do in this lifespan, but they are things that I don't plan to use Gabumon for, and I'm not actually going to be digivolving to Gabumon in this lifespan. I'm going to be doing other things, other works of progress, but not with Gabumon. There's just some things that I would like to get done before I try to digivolve to Gabumon again. My reason for choosing the pink egg is because I would like to upgrade the green gem. There are 6 pieces of equipment available to you at the green gym. one that boosts HP, one that boosts MP, one that boosts attack, one that boosts defense, one that boosts speed, and one that boosts brains. And if you train on the same piece of equipment 10 times with a baby Digimon or an in-training Digimon, then you upgrade that piece of equipment. And that means that the stat boost that you get for training on that piece of equipment increases. If you train attack 10 times with a baby Digimon or in training Digimon, then you upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts attack, and the stat boost that you get from training attack increases. If you train HP 10 times with a baby or in training Digimon, then it has the same effect on the piece of equipment that you train HP on. It results in the stat boost getting increased. And if you train at least 10 times on all of the pieces of equipment, or rather, if you train 10 times with a baby or in training Digimon on the piece of equipment that boosts HP, the one that boosts MP, the one that boosts attack, the one that boosts speed, and the one that boosts defense, then you end up upgrading the whole of the green gym. The upgrade is permanent. When you get the stat increase, when the stat gain goes up, increases, the effect is permanent. It's there to stay, but you can only upgrade each piece of equipment once, so you can only get one increase of each stat. You have to train attack for the attack increase, you have to train HP for the HP increase, you have to train defense for the defense increase, you have to train speed for the speed increase, and you have to train MP for the MP and brains increase. I don't think it's possible to upgrade brains by training brains. I think that you have to upgrade MP in order to upgrade brains, as well as upgrading MP at the same time, of course. But training 10 times each on the 5 pieces of equipment that I'm going to be training on, HP, MP, attack, defense and speed, that's going to be 50 hours of training, not to mention how much time is going to go by from all the sleeping that we are going to be doing. And normally you would only have a baby Digimon for 6 hours and in training Digimon for 24 hours. That combined is just 30 hours. But fortunately with Numemon, there's a bug which stops Numemon from Digivolving. The bug is that if attack is Taynamon's highest stat and her weight is not within the range of 10 to 20, then you don't fulfill 3 of the requirements for either of her Digivolutions. You only fulfill 2 of the requirements. For as long as attack is your best stat and your weight is not within the range of 10 to 20, you will only fulfill 2 of the requirements for either of Taynamon's Digivolutions. You won't fulfill 3 of the requirements, and for as long as you don't fulfill 3 of the requirements, Taynamon won't Digivolve. And that means that you can have Taynamon as an in-training Digimon for longer than what is meant to be possible, and the Taynamon bug enables you to upgrade the whole of the Green Gym in a single lifespan. I want the Green Gym upgraded so that I can benefit from the larger stat boosts when training, and that's why I'm working towards upgrading the Green Gym. And instead of avoiding Taynamon and avoiding the Taynamon bug and then having to use multiple lifespans in order to upgrade the whole of the Green Gym, I decided to choose the pink egg after Numemon faded away so that I could Digivolve to Taynamon, take advantage of the Taynamon bug, and enable myself to upgrade the whole of the Green Gym. And I'm not going to let Taynamon Digivolve until the whole of the Green Gym has been upgraded. I upgraded attack and the stat boost went from 7 to 8. I upgraded HP and the stat boost went from 64 to 72. And I'm currently working on speed, and the stat boost at the moment is 7. And once I have trained speed 10 times, I think the stat boost will go from 7 to 8, and then that will leave me needing to train just defense and MP, and that will give me the stat boost for those stats plus brains as well. Taynamon's usefulness won't be over once I've upgraded the whole of the Green Gym. There is something else that I plan to use Taynamon for, and that is something that will be fulfilled. Yeah, there is something else that I will be doing with Taynamon before I let Taynamon Digivolve. I will Digivolve from Taynamon to a rookie Digimon. The rookie Digimon won't be Gabumon, so I'm not going to be able to get Gabumon in this lifespan, but I will Digivolve to a rookie, and then I will Digivolve further from there. I will Digivolve from a rookie Digimon to a Champion Digimon, and then there is something else that will need to be done in this lifespan, something that I will need to do with the Champion Digimon, something that I will need to do in this lifespan with the Champion Digimon before I can let the Champion Digimon fade away. It has to be done before I move on to the next lifespan. So there are, a number of things which do need to be done in this lifespan. The first is the gym upgrade. You saw that I was successful with speed. The stat boost went from 7 to 8. Now I'm working on defense. The stat boost of 6, I think will go to 7 once the upgrade has happened. While doing this training, I need to make sure that my attack always stays as the superior stat. When I'm training the other stats, they can't reach attack. Attack has to remain superior, and my weight has to remain not within the range of 10 to 20. My weight is under the range of 10 to 20. I've been not feeding Numemon, but Numemon has still been using the toilet and sleeping. So her weight is probably at 1. I'll be very surprised if it's any higher than 1. As long as I keep my weight down and ensure that attack remains superior to the rest of the stats, then I can continue to keep Numemon as my Digimon, continue to upgrade the green gym, and then do the other thing that I need Numemon for. It doesn't actually have to be Numemon specifically. There are other potential candidates. I believe that every baby Digimon and every in-training Digimon is a possible candidate, and I thought that I would do it in this lifespan to get it over and done with. So do it in this lifespan with Numemon as my Digimon, and then it's not until after that is done when I will then let Numemon Digivolve, and it will be easy for Numemon to Digivolve. I'll just have to train one of the stats until it overtakes attack, and Numemon will then Digivolve. I finished with defense. The stat increase went from 6 to 7. All that's left now is MP. Well, technically MP and brains, but you kill 2 birds with 1 stone by training MP. Training MP sees to the MP upgrade and the brains upgrade. If you don't upgrade MP, then I don't think it's possible to upgrade brains, even if you were to repeatedly train brains. I don't think it matters how many times you train brains. I don't think you'll get the upgrade. I think you have to get the upgrade for brains by getting the upgrade for MP. At the moment, the next closest stat to attack is speed, and I only need to train speed once in order for attack to no longer be the superior stat, and that would result in a Digivolution. I think that's regardless of what Numemon's weight is. Force feeding Numemon and putting her weight up so that it's within the range of 10 to 20 I think that that would also result in Numemon Digivolving, but I think the quickest and easiest way would be to just train speed when the time is right for Numemon to Digivolve. All is okay, providing that I can upgrade MP without MP catching up to attack. Even after I upgraded attack, I did train attack once more, and because of that, I think that there shouldn't be any problems, and that attack should remain superior during the gym upgrades. The gym upgrade is very helpful because as a result of it, I will get better stat boosts when training, but the physical act of training at the green gym does not involve recruiting Digimon, nor does it involve getting into any battles. So the physical act of training at the green gym with a Digimon who isn't Gabumon is perfectly okay in this challenge. It's not defying any of the rules. It's okay for me to train with Numemon. It's okay for me to do the gym upgrade with Numemon. It's okay for me to train with other Digimon. Just as long as there's no battling happening and no direct recruitments happening. Well, that is the whole of the green gym upgraded. Attack, which was done separately, HP, which was done separately, defense, which was done separately, speed, which was done separately, and MP and brains, which were done simultaneously. With the green gym sorted, I am now heading to Friesland with Numemon as my Digimon, and with a mouldy meat in my inventory. And what I am hoping to do is to go to Friesland with Numemon, give Numemon the mouldy meat so that Numemon will become sick, and I will then get rescued by Frigimon, because Numemon is a Digimon who can't tolerate the cold weather very well. I think that's the case with all baby and in training Digimon. And by making Numemon sick in Friesland and getting rescued by Frigimon, that will take care of the first step of recruiting Frigimon. I won't recruit Frigimon with Numemon as my Digimon. I'll just be seeing to the initial part of the recruit, and there will be the opportunity for me to return to Friesland when I have Gabumon as my Digimon, and return to Frigimon return to Friesland, return to Frigimon, speak to Frigimon with Gabumon as my Digimon, and if Gabumon is a Digimon who is able to tolerate the cold weather, then Frigimon will join the city after we speak to him. But that's how the recruitment happens. You have to go to Friesland with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well, get sick, get rescued by Frigimon. For Frigimon to rescue you, you have to get sick, and it has to be a Digimon who can't tolerate the cold weather very well, who gets sick. He'll rescue you, and then you have to return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate the cold weather, and by speaking to Frigimon, he will then join the city afterwards. You can see Numemon has become unwell and is about to collapse. We've been rescued by Frigimon, and if Gabumon is a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, then we will be able to recruit Frigimon by returning here when we've got Gabumon as our Digimon and speaking to Frigimon. If Gabumon can tolerate the cold weather, then Frigimon will join the city after we speak to him. If Gabumon can't tolerate the cold weather, then Frigimon won't join the city, and instead he will tell you that your Digimon can't stand cold weather very well. Frigimon will only join the city when you return to him and speak to him if your Digimon can tolerate the cold weather. We have to rely on Gabumon being able to tolerate cold weather in order for Frigimon's recruitment to be possible. The recruitment would be done with us having Gabumon as our Digimon, which is perfectly fine. The recruitment won't be done with us having any other Digimon as our Digimon at the time. We've not done the recruitment with Numemon, we've just done the first step with Numemon, and no battles need to happen in order for you to recruit Frigimon. You don't need to have any battles in order for Frigimon to rescue you. You don't need to have any battles in order for Frigimon to join the city when you return to him. What I'm saying is that so far we have not gone against any of the rules of this challenge, despite the fact that we have used alternative Digimon for some stuff. Since the beginning of this lifespan, we have upgraded the Green Gym and taken the first step towards recruiting Frigimon. I traded another 99 medium recoveries while I was in Friesland. And you can see that I've made a return from doing that. I sold the giant meats that I had because I'm going to be getting plenty more giant meats from Palmon, and I felt like I was in a position where I could comfortably afford to sell all of the giant meats, and I will continue to get more giant meat from Palmon. And I don't believe that I need Numemon for anything else in this lifespan. which means that I am now going to be looking at Digivolving. I'm going to be looking at Digivolving from Numemon to a rookie Digimon. And I'm also preparing my inventory for the next lifespan, taking out the items which I suspect will be of value. Just thinking about, when this lifespan ends and I move on to the next lifespan, where I'm going to start with a baby Digimon and work towards Digivolving to Gabumon. I want to have in my inventory the items which are going to be most valuable from the get-go. There are other items which will come in handy later on, which are not currently in my inventory, but I've got plenty of items in the item bank which are there for me as and when I need them. I've just got the items that are going to be needed most initially. I chose to sell the meats because I don't think I'm going to need them. I've already given a meat to the Numemon in Numemon's bed. I've used meat to catch a Digianchovy and black trout. I'm going to be getting giant meats from Palmon, and then later on I'm going to be getting sirloins from Vegemon, and I think that will do it for any meat items that I might need. Palmon is the Digimon that we have Digivolved to. And there isn't actually anything useful to do with Palmon in this lifespan. The reason why I Digivolved from Numemon to Palmon was not so that I could then do certain things with Palmon that need to be done. There's nothing that Palmon is useful for. There's nothing that I need Palmon for. The reason for Digivolving from Numemon to Palmon is because Palmon will act as a stepping stone towards Digivolving to a Champion Digimon, and a Champion Digimon I am going to need in this lifespan. So for the time being, I'm going to be doing with Palmon virtually the same as what I was doing with Muncymon: training, resting, sleeping, doing all stuff like that, and it's all in the interest of trying to make time go by as quickly as possible. I don't need Palmon for anything. I just want Palmon to Digivolve as quickly as possible to a Champion Digimon, so that I can then use the Champion Digimon for what the Champion Digimon is useful for. I scolded Palmon numerous times to put her discipline down. Palmon needs the toilet every 4 hours, but by having high discipline she will hold on for more than 1 hour, and that means that I can get away with taking Palmon to the toilet as infrequently as every 5 hours. I can train 5 times, take Palmon to the toilet, rest 4 or 5 times, and then do more training. Okay, Palmon wants to sleep. I can get today's portions of giant meats, and then by sleeping next to Palmon and waking up on a new day, I'll be able to get another portion of giant meat, like so. And I've speeded the video up because it's just going to be more of the same for the time being. Just going to be training, resting, sleeping, using the toilet, collecting giant meat from Palmon. Just going to be doing the same stuff over and over again. Not very exciting. So it's been speeded up. I just want to get to a Champion Digivolution. I just want to Digivolve to a champion form as quickly as possible. With my care mistakes being so high and my weight being so low, my happiness being so low, it wouldn't surprise me if Numemon is the Digimon who I Digivolve to. It wouldn't surprise me if I don't fulfill enough of the requirements for a natural Digivolution, but it doesn't matter in the slightest. I just need a Champion Digimon, and we are now Digivolving. I require any Champion Digimon. It doesn't matter which Champion Digimon it is. All Champion Digimon tick the box for what I want a Champion Digimon for. Okay, Numemon is the Digimon, and like I said, there is something that I do plan to use him for, something that I do plan to do with him, although this is something that I don't plan to do until I'm at the end of Numemon's lifespan, and because of that, I am just going to continue to do more of the same stuff over and over again, continue to train, continue to rest, continue to sleep, continue to use the toilet, continue to approach Palmon for giant meat, this is what I'm going to be doing. I'm doing it to pass the time, to try and get closer to the end of Numemon's lifespan, and then when we are at the end of Numemon's lifespan, I will then do what it is that I need to use Numemon for. I will do the one thing that I have to do before we fade away, before the lifespan ends. And do that one thing, fade away, start over with a new Digi-Egg, and it will be the green egg this time, and the plan will be to Digivolve to Gabumon, so that I can then go back to making progress towards the challenge, have Gabumon as my Digimon again, and get myself back into a position where I can battle Digimon and recruit Digimon and make progress with the game, progress with the challenge. This lifespan should be the one and only lifespan in which Gabumon doesn't feature for any of it. In the first lifespan, we started off with Gabumon, Digivolved to Numemon, and then Muncimon. When Muncimon faded away, we then entered this lifespan, where I chose the pink egg, which Euramon hatched from, Digivolved to Tainemon, then to Palmon, then to Numemon, and when this lifespan ends, I will choose the green egg which Botamon will hatch from, and my intention will be to Digivolve from Botamon to Koromon, then to Gabumon, and hopefully start making progress again, because I have been halted by Gabumon Digivolving and there being sort of slight loose ends that have needed to be tied up, which have required alternative Digimon, Digimon different to Gabumon, but the schedule is have Gabumon in the next lifespan, and then go back to making big progress. I think I'm currently at 18 prosperity points. Agumon, Betamon, Colamon, Centaurimon, Palmon, Kunamon, Barkamon, Penguinmon, Sukamon, Biomon, Elepmon, Unimon, Monochromon. That does it for recruits that I can think of, and they combined are worth 18 prosperity points. You get 3 prosperity points for every ultimate Digimon that you recruit. I haven't yet recruited any ultimate Digimon so far. Champion Digimon get you 2 prosperity points, and before I talk more about that, I need to fill you in on what's happening here. I've just spoken to Digimon, and now I am resting. And fading away. So what happened there is that in order to create the opportunity to battle Greymon, you have to speak to Digimon when you've got a minimum of 15 prosperity points. I think it's 15. And you need for your Digimon to be at least a Champion Digimon when you speak to Digimon. And that then creates the opportunity to battle Greymon. And straight after speaking to Digimon, if I had manually left Digimon's house, then I would have been challenged by Greymon. Instead of doing that, I rested, and that then brought us up to when Numemon faded away, and I've now entered the new lifespan with Bottomon as my Digimon, and Greymon is actually available, and if I was to manually, if I had tried to manually leave Digimon's house, then I would have been challenged by Greymon, with me having Bottomon as my Digimon. I couldn't have that happen, so I used an autopilot to escape from Digimon's house in a way where I was able to avoid Greymon. But I am now in a position where I cannot enter Digimon's house without triggering the Greymon battle, because the trigger spot is literally just outside of Digimon's house. I would have stepped on the trigger spot if I had left Digimon's house naturally, and I will step on the trigger spot if I try to enter Digimon's house. And this means that for the time being, I am unable to enter Digimon's house, because that will mean triggering the battle against Greymon. Before I challenge Greymon, I'm going to need Gabumon as my own Digimon, and I'm going to need to believe that I have got what it takes in order to be able to defeat Greymon. I'm going to need to have good enough stats, good enough items. I'm going to need Megaton Punch and Warcry equipped. And then when I feel like I fancy my chances against Greymon, that's when I will go to the trigger spot and get challenged by Greymon when I've got Gabumon as my Digimon. If I successfully defeat Greymon, then I will no longer have any issues with Digimon's house. I will be able to manually enter it and leave it without any problems. At the very start of this new lifespan, I gave Bottomon an ice mushroom to boost his discipline, so that I would be able to get away with using the toilet every 4 hours instead of every 3 hours. This is while I've got a baby Digimon or an entraining Digimon as my Digimon. We are now at the in-training stage with Koromon as my Digimon. And then when I Digivolve to a rookie, I am aiming to Digivolve to Gabumon. I will then be able to get away with using the toilet every 5 hours instead of every 4 hours, thanks to my discipline being so high. I also gave the Digipine to Bottomon so that I would benefit from bigger stat boosts when using the green gem. And I suspect that feeding my Digimon a different food item would remove the effects of the Digipine. And that means that if I want to keep the effects of the Digipine, then I have to refrain from feeding my Digimon a food item, because otherwise I think I'll lose the stat increase that I'm currently getting from the Digipine. I do need to be careful with my stats, because I do need to Digivolve from Koromon to Gabumon, and not from Koromon to Ogumon. If I check the Digivolution guide, it looks like having attack... It looks like if Koromon's attack is his highest stat, then he will Digivolve to Ogumon. But if defense, speed, or brains is the highest stat, then that will result in you Digivolving to Gabumon. I have trained my attack a lot, I have got it high, but there are item chips in my inventory, and by giving these brain chips to Koromon, I can make my brain stat superior to the rest of the stats, and that should mean Digivolving to Gabumon instead of Ogumon. Yeah, when Koromon Digivolves, if my attack is the highest stat, then I think I'll Digivolve to Ogumon. If defense, speed, or brains is the highest stat, then I think I will Digivolve to Gabumon. I'm not sure about HP and MP, that seems to be less clear. But I think with the stats at the moment, it's pretty much between brains and attack, and I need brains to be the supreme stat for Gabumon, because attack being the supreme stat would surely equal Ogumon, but brains would surely equal Gabumon, and we are about to find out because we are now Digivolving. Gabumon is my Digimon. But there is training to be done. My HP, for example, is extremely low, and you know that warrants urgent attention. And annoyingly, I'm not really able to save. The save machine that's inside of Digimon's house, I can't get to that because I can't enter Digimon's house without triggering the Greymon battle, I'm not going to be letting Gabumon sleep, because that will result in too much time being wasted. You know, I want to keep Gabumon awake like I did in the first lifespan. So I don't really have any way of saving, and I've got to try and get myself into a position where I feel ready to battle Greymon. HP I think is most urgent, because I'm going to need a fair bit of that in order to survive Greymon's finisher, as well as his regular attacks. Brains, it could be wise to get my brains up to 300, have the distance and change target command, and also if I have 300 brains, then that would mean being able to do a total of 4 war cries, which I think is the highest that you can do. Even though opposing Digimon can use those kind of techniques a lot more than 4 times, I think that you as a player can only use those kind of techniques 4 times. 300 brains, 4 war cries, that would be really handy, along with the distance command and the change target command. I will have to rest at the clinic because of how tiring the green gym is going to be for Gabumon. I believe that the amount of energy that you consume when training at the green gym does vary depending on which piece of equipment you are training at. Just so you know what I'm doing here and now, I'm just going to the tropical jungle with the rain plant to get Vegemon recruited, and then I will resume with the training and the resting. And I was saying about the training, I think that training some stats at the green gym is more tiring for your Digimon than some of the other stats. I think that training HP is the most tiring. When you train HP, I think that you need to rest more times than what you would need to rest when training other stats. I think that training brains consumes the least energy. I think training MP consumes very little energy as well. Possibly as little as brains, or possibly a bit more than brains. I've said that I think training HP uses the most energy. I think training attack is one of the more tiring gym workouts. I don't think it's as bad as HP, but I don't think it's that much better. And then speed and defense, I think, are much in the middle. I'm just speculating here. I haven't researched it and read the facts. I'm just speculating based on my experiences. And if we're going to be training HP, then we are going to need to be resting a lot. Otherwise we're going to be seeing the sweat bubble very easily. I chose to sell the giant meats because now that we've got Digimon recruited, he's going to be giving us sirloins instead of giant meats. Sirloins are better. I can make do fine with just sirloins. No need for giant meat. No need for regular meat. The sirloins will be adequate. I might use certain other food items for various things, but with sirloins I don't need meats or giant meats, so I have no regrets about selling the giant meats that I just sold or the regular meats that I sold earlier. I would like to get super carrots and hawk radishes from Digimon. I'm going to need 1 super carrot for a Moldramon trade. That's compulsory for a recruitment, and it will also be helpful to have super carrots and hawk radishes in my inventory to help with training, because those items will increase the stat boost that I get from training, and super carrots can also help with keeping my weight down, because giving a super carrot to your Digimon lowers its weight by 2. So if I end up giving certain beneficial food items to Gabumon which result in his weight going up, then I can bring his weight back down. With super carrots it will help with not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of Gabumon's natural champion Digivolutions. Because like with the first lifespan, I don't want to be Digivolving naturally. I don't want Gabumon to be Digivolving to any of his natural champion forms. I mean, it might not be avoidable, but if I can help it, then I would want to Digivolve to Numemon so that I'll get an extra day with Gabumon each time I have him as my Digimon. Yeah, care mistakes are going to be... Well, care mistakes should prove to be very high, weight should prove to be very low. Happiness, probably be best to keep it in the negative. Providing I keep my happiness in the negative, the only natural Digivolution that does cause me concern is Olgamon, because I am fulfilling the care mistake requirement for him by having a high number of care mistakes. I have the stat requirement for him, and one of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 15 battles, and if I'm going to be getting into lots of different battles, you know, recruiting lots of different Digimon, then I might end up reaching the bonus condition for Olgamon, and that would mean Digivolving to Olgamon. That's one thing to be cautious of. But Moldramon I don't think we need to worry about. And I used an autopilot to get myself closer to the toilet, because if I tried to get to the toilet on foot, then I don't think I would have made it in time. But by using an autopilot and getting a shortcut, I was able to get to the toilet in time, instead of having Gabumon mess on the floor. I think initially I would like about 3000 HP and about 300 brains. I think I'm okay with my attack at the moment. I think I'm okay with my defense at the moment. Speed could be a bit of a problem. But instead of training speed, I'm thinking about maybe using quick chips. There's a quick chip in the lava cave which you can have access to after you defeat Numemon. Ninjamon drops a quick chip when you defeat him, and in order for Ninjamon to show up on the Digimon bridge, I just need to recruit a Digimon who works at the secret item shop. Moljamon is a Digimon who works at the secret item shop, and I am able to recruit him here and now because I've got the super carrot, I've got the black trout. Trade those last two items, Moljamon will join the city, he'll open up the secret item shop, and then Ninjamon will spawn at the Digimon bridge, and if I defeat him, then he'll drop a quick chip. So, you know, that should get my speed to a manageable level. Defense, I'm really not hugely worried about. Well, at the clinic, I rested 3 times, which I think brought Gabumon's energy to the maximum. And that means that we can do a bit more work without the fear of seeing the sweat bubble. We are almost there with HP. Okay, that's 3000 HP. And we should be able to get brains up to 300 without any problems. That's been done. And then this is where I start to consider fighting Greymon. You know, this is where, you know, Greymon is pretty strongly on my mind. I'm choosing to rest at the clinic once more because tiredness would have built up from the extra bit of training that I did just moments ago. I believe it'll also put my HP and MP up to the maximum. The Greymon is not the easiest of Digimon to win against. You know, he is a tough opponent, especially for like an earlier stage of the game. But, you know, unfortunately we were put in a position where if I want to have access to Digimon's house, then I'm going to have to defeat Greymon. I'm going to have to go about things in this way. And, you know, this is a battle that I'm not hugely confident about. I hope I've not got stuck. Looks like I've got stuck. Although, if Greymon comes at me with Dynamite Kick, then that gives me an opportunity to get him with Megaton Punch. And there are my finishes as well. But if he's going to be using Magma Bomb and Red Inferno, then I don't think there's too much that I'll be able to do. I think this battle has just become a whole lot more awkward. And it's going to take a whole lot longer to see the battle through. Kind of dependent on him coming at me with Dynamite Kick. Because only then do we get close enough in order for Gabumon to use Megaton Punch. My finish Gorge will, you know, forever be filling up, and using attacks and blocking attacks will, you know, help fill it up more quickly. Unless we see a series of dynamite kicks, I'm thinking another finish is going to be needed. Nothing to gain from Greymon using a finish. Okay, looks like we're there. Greymon will drop an attack chip. He will bring our number of prosperity points up by 2. By having him recruited, we will be able to recruit both Kawagumon and Carbuterimon from Beetle Land when we go there, instead of just being able to recruit Kawagumon, which is how things are if you haven't recruited Greymon. So those are all benefits of Greymon being recruited, and the thing that I'm sort of most relieved about initially is the fact that I can now enter and leave Digimon's house without any problems, and the save machine is now available for me to use. Yeah, you saw when I battled Greymon, I used the protective floppy straight away, and that is what I plan to do in the battles that I get into. I plan to use a protective floppy straight away to remove any risk of Gabumon sustaining status harm. So, you know, no risk of getting poisoned, paralysed, confused, flattened, whatever it might be. I was saying about how the prosperity points works. I said about ultimates get you 3 prosperity points, Champion Digimon get you 2 prosperity points, Rookie Digimon get you 1 prosperity point. Although there is one restriction regarding the Champion Digimon, and that is that there are 3 Champion Digimon who aren't considered to be very useful, and because of this they only earn you 1 prosperity point instead of 2. The 3 Digimon in question are the 3 Filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numemon and Nanimon. We've recruited Sukamon, which we scored 1 prosperity point from, but Nanimon and Numemon are both way off. But, you know, 1 prosperity point each is what's up for grabs with the filth Digimon. I think that having the arena is useful for other stuff as well. Like, I have a feeling that in order to be able to recruit Skull Greymon, you need to have the arena at the city. That means needing to have recruited Greymon, because Greymon is the one who opens the arena. So, you know, I think you do need Greymon in order for quite a few other things to be possible. I do have concerns as to whether or not the moderate command is the best command to be using, and I'm basing that on how slow and infrequent Gabumon's attacks are. If we were to pick the attack command, then, you know, Gabumon would attack more quickly and frequently. Another possible solution is to increase our speed. That would help, and there is a quick chip available in this lava cave. We're able to go down here for the first time. We previously couldn't because of the lava that was just raging all over the place. But after defeating Numemon, that was no longer a problem, and we can now explore the rest of the lava cave and help ourselves to these items that were previously not available. think I would like the attack chips to go into the item bank and be reserved for a future lifespan, when I'm deeper into the game and am facing more powerful opposition. I think I would like to reserve the attack chips for later, but this quick chip I wanted to use straight away. That's at least brought my speed up to over 100, but I do kind of have one eye on other possible quick chips. I know that Ninjamon drops a quick chip. If I was to go to Friesland and recruit Moljamon, then Ninjamon would be available for battle, and I would get a quick chip if I was to defeat him. But if I was to go to Friesland, there is the question of, is there anything else that is worth tying in? If we are going to go to Friesland for the Moljamons, is there something else that we could do while we are in Friesland? Is there something else that we could tie in? Waymon is currently off limits. I don't think Garulamon is a good idea at the moment. I don't think Kokatorimon is a good idea at the moment. There is the Ice Sanctuary and Angemon. That seems like a less bad option. Well, regarding the Moljamon, I've got in my inventory the last 2 items that I am going to be needing. I've got the Super Carrot and the Black Trout in my inventory, and if I trade the Super Carrot for an Omni Floppy and trade the Black Trout for a Restore, then Moljamon will join the city and Ninjamon will then be available. So I'm thinking top of my priority list is probably Ninjamon because of the quick chip that he will drop. But before he will be available, I will have to go to Friesland and recruit Moljamon, and I'm thinking that if I was to go to Friesland, then it arguably makes sense to go to the Ice Sanctuary and recruit Angemon. So pretty much a case of Friesland, Ice Sanctuary, recruit Angemon, back to Friesland, recruit Moljamon, back to the city, Ninjamon will be available for us. I believe we entered this lifespan with 18 prosperity points. Vegemon would have made it 20. Greymon would have made it 22. Mirrormon would have made it 24. Ninjamon, Moldramon and Angemon combined would bring it up to 30. I took the Dulux mushroom out of the item bank because I would like to give that to Gabumon. I don't think I'm going to be doing any more training in this lifespan. Not with Gabumon anyway. I don't think I'm going to be doing any more training with Gabumon in this lifespan. If I lose the effects of a Digipine by feeding Gabumon a Dulux mushroom, then I don't think that there are any drawbacks with that. The benefits of the Digipine would surely get washed away when my Digimon fades away. Surely the effects wouldn't pass through to my next Digimon. So surely I wouldn't be able to keep the effects beyond this lifespan. And I've got super carrots and hawk radishes anyway. And they should be adequate. The Dulux mushroom had the value of increasing my HP and MP by 100, as well as increasing all of my other stats by 10. I still haven't spoke to Euramon about the bandits. I think the likes of Olgamon and Birdramon and Waymon and like Shalmon and Digimon like that, I think that those recruits are on the horizon. I don't think I'm too far away from pursuing those Digimon, but it's not the very next priority. I've already told you, what the very next priority is. But after Angemon, Moldramon and Ninjamon, I'm thinking that maybe then I might move on to having Euramon tell me about the bandits, and then that will set up the Olgamon battles, lead to me being able to recruit Shalmon and Waymon, as well as Olgamon himself. And although Birdramon is unconnected, there is her as well, and she would be a useful Digimon to recruit because of the advantages of the Birdra transport. Once again, I didn't have immediate success with entering the Ice Sanctuary. Am I going to have success at all? Yes, I am. I have managed to get inside of the Ice Sanctuary. The items have already been looted, but there is Angemon, who we are yet to recruit. And hopefully I can make it to the final room where those 3 random Digimon are, battle them, hopefully win against them, and then go to the bright light which activates Angemon, and then have Angemon join the city. The battle against those 3 Digimon, I can't imagine will be easy. I think that they are going to do a lot of damage to me. but one advantage is that those Digimon are prone to hitting each other, and that will go in my favour. It will help me out quite a lot if they're going to be inflicting damage upon each other and, you know, lowering each other's HP and saving me from having to do a lot of the work. Here we go. All three of them are participating. Well, that's the battle lost and won. So it takes us back to the previous area, and if we take the exit on the top left, I think it takes us to the first room where the statue was, but we don't acknowledge that the statue is missing. We have to re-enter in here, then leave, and then your character acknowledges that the statue is missing. And there is Angemon. And I think that is our 26th prosperity point. From here we go to the Mulgermons, and it's very important that I trade the super carrot first. Go to the Mulgermon who wants the super carrot before going to the Mulgermon who wants the black trout. Trade the super carrot with the Mulgermon who wants a super carrot, and then go to the Mulgermon who wants the black trout and trade the black trout with him. He will be the last Mulgermon that I did the final trade with. He will be the Mulgermon who leaves and joins the city, and the two other Mulgermons will still be in Friesland, where I will continue to have the ability to trade with them. As I was leaving the Ice Sanctuary, not long after leaving the Ice Sanctuary, I scolded Gabumon a handful of times. I wasn't entirely sure how long I had had Gabumon for, and how close I might have been to potential Digivolutions, but I thought, get his happiness into the negative, keep it there, and that way I shouldn't have to worry about Gabumon digivolving to Mulgermon. There could be issues with Olgamon, but I think that is the only complication that I might be faced with. But worst case scenario, I'm going to have Gabumon for a minimum of 3 days, enough time to make a fair bit of progress. Okay, that's him recruited. I do have a target in mind for this lifespan, and the target is to try and make it up to a minimum of 50 prosperity points. I don't want to say too much about it because I don't want to give too much away, but there is a reason why it would be great if I can make it up to 50 prosperity points, a minimum of 50 prosperity points before Gabumon digivolves. I didn't trade medium recoveries. I mean, when I went to the other Mulgermon, I didn't trade in my medium recoveries for super defense discs because I thought I had enough money as it was, but I thought there was some sense in trading the Omni floppy for the item that I traded it for, because super attack disc, I think it was, that has slightly higher value than an Omni floppy, a super attack disc sells for a bit more than an Omni floppy, so I thought it made sense to trade the Omni floppy for the super attack disc, but I didn't bother with the medium recoveries. I thought I had enough money as it was. And Ninjamon will drop a quick chip. My inventory is currently full, so I will need to use an item in order to make room for the quick chip. Because while I was very happy to see a blue apple, it has complicated things slightly. I think restores and super attack discs have the same value, so maybe use one of those and sell the other. So I don't want to lose the blue apple, I don't want to lose anything else in my inventory. It has to be either the restore or the super attack disc. If I'm right that they both sell for the same amount of money, then I don't think it would matter too much which one of the items I use. If I didn't use an item during the battle, then I would have had to have discarded an item outside of the battle in order to make room for the quick chip. Just made more sense to use an item during the battle, because at least I would, benefit from the use of the item during the battle. Yoramon we spoke to and were informed of the bandits. If we were to go to the Great Canyon, then we would get approached by Olgamon and the two Ogumons, and successfully defeating them would open up the opportunity for us to battle them for a second time, where victory would mean being able to recruit Xiaomon, and it would also mean being able to encounter Olgamon for the third time, where victory would mean recruiting Waymon, and then there would be the opportunity for us to battle Olgamon for the fourth and final time at the Drill Tunnel, where victory would result in Olgamon joining the city himself. So, thinking of the Great Canyon, Xiaomon would be a very handy recruit, because you need to recruit Shellmon in order to be able to recruit various other Digimon. You need Shellmon recruited in order to be able to catch Seedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake, and then have access to Beetle Land where you can recruit Kawagumon and Carpalterimon. It will be both of them that we can recruit since we've already recruited Greymon. Kawagumon and Carpalterimon will be very useful recruits because they modify the green gym and make it more effective. That will mean bigger stat boosts for us when training at the green gym. And there is also Birdramon at the Great Canyon, who is a helpful recruit as well, because she can fly us to various destinations within the game, and that will create shortcuts, which not only saves time, but it's also convenient as well. When you're in battles against multiple enemies, which is the case with the Olgamon battles, or 4 of them in fact, it is particularly helpful to have a minimum of 300 brains so that you can have the change target command. Is that there isn't really much point in attacking the Ogumons during the Olgamon battles, because Olgamon tends to defeat the Ogumons for you with his tremor attack. Makes the most sense to attack Olgamon. He has far more HP and is the much bigger threat. So, you know, if you start by going for one of the Ogumons, I think it's a good idea to tell your Digimon to change target so that it, you know, attacks the Olgamon instead. I was saying that it makes the most sense to aim for Olgamon. That is the case during the first Olgamon battle, second Olgamon battle, and fourth Olgamon battle, when the other Digimon are Ogumons. Aim for Olgamon, he's the much bigger threat. He will probably defeat the Ogumons for you with his tremor attack. But with the third Olgamon battle, it's different because there's a different Digimon, Waru Seedramon, who is a bigger threat than Olgamon, and in that battle it makes the most sense to aim for Waru Seedramon. He's the biggest threat, and there's a good chance that he will defeat Olgamon for you with the techniques that he uses. There is also a Gabumon in the fight who usually gets defeated very quickly and very easily. Having got the first Olgamon battle out of the way, the second Olgamon battle is now available to us, but instead of seeing to that, I'm going to be using the elevator, taking it to the top, and now I'm going to be challenging Birdramon. So I'm putting the next Olgamon battle aside for the time being, and making Birdramon the next priority. If we win, then Birdramon will take us back to the city, but we can use the Birdra transport to make a very quick return to the Great Canyon, and then head to the Olga Fortress for the second Olgamon battle. I wouldn't make any complaints with how that fight turned out. I mean, I had to use a lot of small recoveries, but that was expected because Birdramon's only technique in the fight is Prominence Beam, and you know, our defense is very low. But I was pretty happy with how the fight went. Happy that we've now got Birdramon at the city. When I was at the Great Canyon, after defeating Olgamon, you would have seen that I then intentionally fell off the cliff. And the reason for doing that is because when Angemon gives you hints about recruiting Digimon, there's one hint which is referring to the cliff that you are able to fall off. And if you don't fall off the cliff, then the hint from Angemon actually remains. Even if you make it up to 100 prosperity points, if you haven't fallen off the cliff, then the hint will still be there. So I like to fall off the cliff so that the hint won't feature. Now, I do have to have battles in order to make progress, but I want to only be having compulsory battles, because I do want to keep my number of battles as low as possible, because I don't want to Digivolve to Olgamon, because if that happens, then I'll end up having Gabumon for about a day less. And what I'm saying is that I want to avoid unnecessary battles, avoid these Digimon who are running around, avoid the rest of the Digimon who are inside of the Olga Fortress, with the exception of the second Olgamon battle. That is the only battle that I want to have here at the Olga Fortress. I want to avoid the rest of the Digimon, and that includes the 3 Agumons who are meant to be a compulsory battle. They are meant to be unavoidable, but fortunately you can avoid them. But this is something that I'm really bad at. It's one of my weaknesses in this game. I am really bad at stuff like this, and I really don't trust myself to get it right. Okay, but I did manage to make it past the Agumons without getting into a battle with them. And Gabumon very conveniently needs the toilet when we find a portable potty. And we've managed to make it this far without any unwanted battles. So we've made it this far, but the way in which that I'm going to proceed from here might puzzle some of you. Normally you would use the elevator, go to the Great Canyon Bridge, defeat the Gabumon, and then have Xiaomon call out to you, and then backtrack to here, leave the Olga Fortress, return to the Great Canyon Bridge from Friesland, and Xiaomon will be rescued, and then you speak to Xiaomon, and Xiaomon joins the city. This time around I'm doing things differently. I left via the elevator, but I then went straight back down. I'm back in the Olga Fortress. I'm going to loot the items that are in here. Now I'm going to return to the city, and I'm going to make sure that I save before I go back to the Great Canyon. Now, after I save, I will have Birdramon take me back to the Great Canyon. I will go to the Olga Fortress. I will use the elevator to head towards where Gabumon is, but I don't want to battle the Gabumon. I'm worried about the possibility of Gabumon digivolving to Olgamon. I want to stop that from happening, or at the very least I want to delay it for as long as possible. So I don't want to be having any unnecessary battles. I don't want, my number of battles to be any higher than it has to be. And I don't want to battle the Gabumon on the Digimon Bridge, who you are meant to have to battle. He is meant to be a compulsory battle, the same way that the 3 Ogumons in the Olga Fortress were meant to be a compulsory battle. The Gabumon on the Digimon Bridge, the Great Canyon Bridge, is an avoidable Digimon, the same way that the 3 Ogumons were avoidable. The 3 Ogumons and the Gabumon are not meant to be avoidable, but they are avoidable. And when I go to the Great Canyon Bridge, I want to successfully pull off the Gabumon skip so that I can recruit Xiaomon without needing to defeat the Gabumon. There is a way of skipping the Gabumon the same way that there's ways of skipping the 3 Ogumons. Same way that it's possible to enter the Ice Sanctuary with a non-vaccine Digimon. But I've said it before and I'll say it again, I'm not very good at pulling off those kind of things. I'm not very good at the Ice Sanctuary skip. I'm not very good at the Agumon skip in the Ogre Fortress. I'm not very good with the Gaburimon skip on the Great Canyon Bridge. I'm not very good at, you know, pulling off glitches. I'm not very good at avoiding Digimon in general. That's why I took the liberty of returning to the city so that I could save. Then I could go to where the Gaburimon is, attempt to avoid him, and if unsuccessful, I can reload the game and try again, and keep going until, hopefully, I succeed. The Gaburimon skip enables you to avoid the Gaburimon when heading in the direction of where Xiaomon calls out to you, and you can have the scene, you know, where Xiaomon calls out to you, and then you have to head back to the Ogre Fortress, because you have to take the elevator back down to the Ogre Fortress. When you return, it's not possible to re-avoid the Gaburimon, but if he challenges you to a battle, you can choose to run away, and then you end up back here, where you can then take the elevator down to the Ogre Fortress, and even though you do get into a battle with the Gaburimon, the battle doesn't end. You don't win the battle because you run away from it. Okay, I did make it past the Gaburimon, but that wasn't my first try, nowhere near. I did have a lot of unsuccessful tries. There are guides that do show you how to do the Gaburimon skip, the Agumon skip, the Ice Sanctuary skip. I have watched the guides, but still I'm really bad at producing it myself. Run away. I'm now back to where the elevator is. Ah. Gabumon is tired. That's annoying. Now, when I was about to have the Gaburimon battle, I took out Megaton Punch and Warcry and put in Sonic Jab, because I anticipated that Gabumon would probably use a technique before I would get a chance to run from the battle, and by having just Sonic Jab equipped, the worst case scenario would have been that I would have lost out on a mere 18 MP. Sonic Jab uses just 18 MP, and if Gabumon was to use Sonic Jab before I would have been able to have fled from the battle, then I only would have lost out on 18 MP. And then after running, I then put Megaton Punch and Warcry back in. I'm not happy about the fact that we've got the sweat bubble, but I can't go back to the city just yet. I need to speak to Xiaomon. I haven't recruited Xiaomon yet. I can then return to the city, and very fortunately I have a spiny green in the item bank, a food item which greatly reduces tiredness, and that should take away the sweat bubble and put us in a position where we are a fair distance away from seeing the sweat bubble again. I know I could rest at the clinic, but I don't exactly have tons of time on my hand, because one of the time slots in which Seedramon will be available at the Dragon Eye Lake is coming up. I think he's available twice a day. The first time at 8 AM and the second time at 5 PM. I think 5 PM is just over an hour away, and in which case I haven't exactly got tons of time to be wasting. You know, I am very eager to go to the Dragon Eye Lake when Seedramon is there. I chose to give Gabumon a sirloin because sirloins also reduce tiredness, and it was okay to give Gabumon the sirloin because his weight is still very low, well under 25. I think 25 is when weight would be a problem, but weight is well under that. Happiness is quite a bit under half. We've had plenty of care mistakes, so I didn't see any harm in letting Gabumon have a sirloin, and I'm sure that won't be the only time that I will give sirloins to Gabumon. Okay, there's the article about a late guardian, and also an article referring to Vademon. Got about 3/4 of an hour until 5 o'clock. Enough time to go to the Mount Panorama, the spot where you eventually encounter Vademon. Go there and acknowledge that there's now more than one crop circle. And then when I have, I think it's a minimum of 45 prosperity points, there will be another article saying about an alien Digimon, and if I then return to where the crop circles are, Vademon will show up and will then join the city after speaking to us. The reason why, I'm very keen to go to the Dragon Eye Lake and catch Seedramon is because of the desire of having Kawagumon and Carbuterimon recruited, and therefore having the gym upgraded even further, so that I would get even bigger stat boosts when using the green gym. Not to mention that you get 2 prosperity points for Kawagumon, 2 for Carbuterimon, and 2 for Seedramon. That's an extra 6 prosperity points. I think Ninjamon brought it up to 30 prosperity points. I think Birdramon brought it up to 32, and Xiaomon brought it up to 34. And if I'm not overlooking anything, Seedramon, Kawagumon and Carbuterimon would bring it up to 40 prosperity points, which I think is only 5 adrift of what's needed for being able to recruit Vademon and Leomon, and also only 10 adrift from the target of 50, which is what I've been aiming for since the beginning of this lifespan, and it's what I'm continuing to aim for. If you do get up to 45 prosperity points, then Vademon and Leomon alone would bring it up to 50. Vademon would give you 3 prosperity points, Leomon would give you 2. Seadramon is here. It's just about him taking my bait, which he's done. I've got him, and now it's about reeling him in. That we have been successful with. So it gives you 3 options. If you ask for an item, then he'll give you a water bottle, a Digivolution item, which makes you Digivolve to Seadramon. If you ask for him to teach you a technique, then he can teach you Aqua Magic. If you don't already have it, he can teach you Winter Blast if you don't already have it, and he can teach you Giga Freeze if you don't already have it. In this challenge, Aqua Magic, Winter Blast, Giga Freeze and a water bottle are all completely useless. And then that just leaves the other option that you can request from Seadramon, which is Friendship, and by requesting Friendship and being given the blue flute, you get the recruitment for Seadramon and the option to go to Beetleland, where you can add Kawagumon and Kabuterimon to the city, have 4 extra prosperity points and an improved green gym. Yeah, simple enough to recruit Kawagumon and Kabuterimon. Speak to them, pick the second option. Yeah, for both of them, pick the second option, and they will then join the city. But when you speak to Kabuterimon, you need to have Greymon recruited in order for there to be a second option. If you haven't got Greymon recruited, then there'll only be one option, and picking that option won't make Kabuterimon join the city. But when Greymon has been recruited, you will have the option, the second option, and picking that is what will make Kabuterimon join the city. As for Kawagumon, I think you've always got 3 options, and the second one is the option that makes him join the city. If I look at the clock, I believe it's 6 PM. I need to think about, recruitments and progress towards recruitments. Think about, what is currently available and what will be available in the near future. And I think that seeing to the 3rd Olgamon battle makes a lot of sense, because it will result in Waymon joining the city. That'll be another 2 prosperity points, bringing us up to 42. And having Waymon recruited will mean having access to Factorial Town, and it's only just over 5 hours until the shift change at the Factorial Town. initially you can only explore the earlier areas of Factorial Town because of 2 Guardromon blocking the way and denying you access to the deeper parts of Factorial Town, but they do have shift changes, one at midday and the other at midnight. Midnight is only about 5 hours away, which means that the shift change is only about 5 hours away, and we need to be at Factorial Town where the Guardromon would be ready for midnight ahead of the shift change, so that we can make it into the deeper parts of the deeper parts of Factorial Town. And another benefit of recruiting Waymon is that once you have recruited Waymon, Numemon will be available at the Olga Fortress, and we haven't yet encountered Numemon in this challenge, and if we were to speak to him at the Olga Fortress, then he would drop the item that would enable us to carry 20 items instead of 10, and that would be very handy. We've got a bit of time before the shift change. We'll be at 42 prosperity points. We have enough time to go to the Olga Fortress and speak to Numemon and collect the key item that he drops. I'll have enough time to have Waymon take us to the secret beach cave where I can help myself to the Misty Egg. An item that does actually prove to be surprisingly useful in this challenge. And we'll probably still have time left over. There is the 4th Olgamon battle. That is available to us. If we were to go to the drill tunnel, then we could defeat Olgamon for the 4th and final time and have him join the city. We've got over 4.5 hours. I want to speak to Numemon first. Did I accidentally push up again? Yes. Numemon features at 5 different locations, and there are requirements that have to be fulfilled in order for Numemon to show up. With the Olga Fortress, I think the requirement is to recruit Waymon. Numemon also shows at Leomon's Ancestor's Cave. I think the requirement is to recruit Leomon. He shows at the Dino region. I think the requirement is to recruit Tyrannomon. He shows at the sewer in Factorial Town. I think the requirement is to recruit Andromon. And he also shows at Toy Town in the room that the room where you battle Worumunsimon. And in order for Numemon to show up there, I think the requirement is to recruit Muncimon. Speak to Numemon for the first time, and he drops the item that enables you to carry 20 items instead of 10. Encounter him the second time, third time, and fourth time, and nothing particularly useful or interesting happens. But encounter him the 5th time, he drops another item which enables you to carry 30 items in your inventory instead of 20, and he also joins the city. There isn't a pop-up saying Numemon joins the city, but if you speak to Digimon, then Digimon will mention that Numemon joined the city, and he's not easy to find, but if you do want to find him, then you will find him in the item bank. He's a long way back behind Agumon. He doesn't seem to do anything useful. There doesn't seem to be any advantage to having Numemon recruited, but the item bank is where you will find him. But yeah, you don't always, like when a Digimon joins the city, you don't always get pop-ups saying that they joined the city. I mentioned about Numemon. It's the same with Numemon. It's also the case with Airdramon, Devimon, Megadramon, and Metal Greymon, and maybe some other Seadramon, there's another one, and possibly others that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head. And also, when Digimon do join the city, Digimon doesn't always mention it. I know Digimon doesn't mention about Sukamon. I don't think he mentions about Megadramon. I don't think he mentions about Seadramon. And I think there are other Digimon that he doesn't mention. Point I'm making is that it's not necessarily always clear when you recruit a Digimon. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not. I am surprised by the amount of damage that Gabumon's finishes are doing. Even with the benefits of Warcry, I don't think our attack goes much higher than 400. And Gabumon is a rookie, which means that he has a rookie's finish, and presumably the rookie's finishes are weaker than the champion's finishes, and the champion's finishes are weaker than the ultimate's finishes. And I'm just a bit surprised by the amount of damage that Gabumon's finishes are doing, considering he's a rookie Digimon and our attack is hardly breathtaking, and yet his finishes are generally doing between 1,000 and 1,500. I mean, if our attack was, say, twice as good, if our attack was like 800, then does that mean his finishes would do between 2,000 and 3,000? If our attack was at the maximum, then would his finishes do in excess of 3,000 damage? Seems sort of quite hard to believe, considering that we're just using a rookie Digimon. But anyway, with Olgamon as our newest addition to the city, we are now at 44 prosperity points, and we need just one more recruit in order to have 45 prosperity points, which is what we need in order to have access to Leomon's ancestor's cave and be able to recruit Leomon and encounter Numemon for a second time, and also be able to recruit Vademon. Vademon and Leomon combined would bring our prosperity points from 45 up to 50. And you might have noticed that I offered the Misty Egg to Gabumon, which he declined, and you might be wondering what I was doing there. And this is where I explain to you the usefulness that the Misty Egg has. You will know that I keep Gabumon awake, and that when the clock strikes a new hour, your happiness and discipline goes down if your Digimon wants to sleep and you don't let it sleep. And I've been producing animations when the clock has reached a new hour. You know, I've produced animations to stop my happiness and discipline from going down when the clock strikes a new hour. You know, I've been producing animations by praising my Digimon, scolding my Digimon, offering it items, and I now have a new way of producing an animation when the clock is about to strike a new hour while my Digimon wants to sleep, and that is to offer Gabumon the Misty Egg. He will definitely decline it, because only Champion Digimon can take the Misty Egg, so there's no risk of Gabumon taking the Misty Egg, because he's only a rookie. He will definitely decline it. But an animation will be produced when I offer him the Misty Egg, and when he responds by declining it, that will get us an animation as the clock is striking a new hour, and we can now enter each hour with Gabumon wanting to sleep, and we can have an animation that will stop our happiness and discipline from being affected, and will take away the risk of Gabumon getting sick as a result of being kept awake. As if you produce the animation by praising, then your discipline goes down. If you produce the animation by scolding, then your happiness goes down. If you produce the animation by giving your Digimon an item, then you will need to have a suitable item, and if your Digimon takes the item, then you end up losing the item, and depending on what item it is, it might only be useful to offer it at certain times. Like food items, you should only offer when your Digimon wants to eat, but the Misty Egg, you can offer it at any time you want. There's no risk of the item being used, so there's no risk of the item being wasted, and I can't think of any drawbacks that come from offering the Misty Egg to Gabumon as a way of producing animations as and when you need them. Now, I did make it past the guards in Factorial Town, and I did go to the deeper areas of Factorial Town, but I chose not to battle Guromon. He is a Digimon who I don't want to battle at the moment. I'm not sure if there will come a point in this lifespan in which I will want to battle Guromon with Gabumon. I might want to... I might decide to go for it in this lifespan, or I might decide to wait until a future lifespan. But certainly I didn't want to battle Guromon there and then. I just made it past the guards so that they would be gone permanently, and that means that we will now be able to go to the deeper areas of Factorial Town whenever we please. We won't have to worry about the guards, and we also had the advantage of looting the items that were there, mostly item chips, and they've been put in the item bank and are to be reserved for a future lifespan. Most of the item chips that I've collected in this lifespan have been put into the item bank to be reserved for a later lifespan. I can think of 2 quick chips that I used in this lifespan, plus the item chips that I had left over from the previous lifespan. But regarding the item chips that I've collected in this lifespan, I think most of them have been put into the item bank and reserved for later lifespans. The only exception I can think of is the 2 quick chips. So after a bit of Gabumon on Gabumon action, we are now at 45 prosperity points. If we go to the drill tunnel, then Leomon's Ancestor's Cave should be available to us. If we go to Shalmon's notice board, then there should be an article about an alien Digimon, and if we read that and then head to where the crop circles are, Vadermon should show up and join the city after speaking to us. Another thing to be mindful of is that we're not far away from the time in which Kokatorimon shows up. Yeah, there's the article, and also the article about Myotismon as well. Which means that if you go to Greylord's Mansion now, then Myotismon will be missing. The only article that's missing is article number 7, which appears after you recruit Skullgreymon, which you do in Greylord's Mansion. So you have to see Article 6 before Article 7, before there's any chance of getting Article 7 to show up. But yeah, another thing to be mindful of is we're not too far away from the sort of time in which Kokatorimon shows up at the Misty Trees. I think it's currently 2:30, and I think that Kokatorimon first shows up at 4 AM and stays and is available until the end of 6 AM. I think 4 AM is the first hour in which Kokatorimon shows up, and 6 AM is the last hour in which Kokatorimon is available. I think that like 1 second before 7 AM is okay, but 7 AM is too late. That's my understanding. 4 AM is little over an hour away. If we can get to the Misty Trees between 4 AM and 6 AM, then we should be able to encounter Kokatorimon. And I chose to get an animation by scolding Gabumon that time instead of using the Misty Egg, and that was because his happiness was getting quite close to being half full. I wanted it to go down, and that's why I chose to scold Gabumon, produce an animation, and put my happiness down by a bit as well. Well, we've got the stone that's needed for Leomon, his ancestor's stone, and if we have Birdramon take us to Gear Savannah, then we can get Leomon to show up. We can present his stone to him, and he will then join the city. The only thing I will say is that during the dialogue, when you speak to Leomon, after you give him his stone and he checks it out, during the dialogue, the text, there is one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. If I go through it at normal speed, then my game is prone to freezing, and to prevent this from happening, I usually pause on the bit of text for a good 30 seconds, hopefully, prevent the game from freezing, and that might be a bit annoying for you viewers. So to resolve the problem, when I'm on the bit where I go through the text slowly, I edit the video and speed the video up so that it's very brief for you viewers. It will literally only be like a second or two, or maybe 3 seconds, very brief. There it is there, but it was very brief because I speeded it up, and the conversation with Leomon is not the only time that I have that problem. There are in fact 4 scenarios in this game where I have to go through a certain bit of text slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. You've seen one of them for yourself when speaking to Leomon, I have the same problem when speaking to Meteormon in the Dino region, and also when speaking to Devimon at Greylord's mansion, and when speaking to Devimon at Mount Infinity. For each of those Digimon, for each of the encounters, there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly to prevent my game from freezing, but I always edit the video and speed it up so it's only brief for you viewers. Now, it's not time for Dramoljamon yet. He will still be digging, but having recruited Leomon, I believe that Nanimon will now be present at Leomon's ancestor's cave, and by speaking to him, that will be us done with 2 of the Nanimon encounters. That will leave Toy Town, the Dino region, and the sewer. And now we should really be thinking about Kokotorimon. We've made it most of the way through the 4th hour. We are close to the 5th hour. I think that we should make the most of Kokotorimon being available, make the most of the opportunity to battle him. I think the Misty Trees should be the next place that we go to. And if we can defeat him and recruit him, then we will be at 49 prosperity points. Because it was 45, Leomon made it 47, Kokotorimon would make it 49. I would then only need 1 more recruit in order to reach my target of 50 prosperity points before Gabumon Digivolves. If Gabumon Digivolves and we've got 50 prosperity points, then that's fine. If he Digivolves and we haven't got 50 prosperity points, we've got like less than that, then that's a problem. When Gabumon Digivolves, I want to have a minimum of 50 prosperity points. 50 or more, but not under 50. Okay, we only need one more prosperity point now. I know that I could very easily go to Frigimon and speak to him and see if Gabumon is eligible for Frigimon to join the city. That would put us up to 51 prosperity points. But there is a reason why I am avoiding Frigimon, and that is because for the time being, there are only 2 Digimon who I want to be working at the restaurant, and those 2 Digimon are Numemon and Vademon. Vademon is one of the Digimon who shows up randomly at the restaurant. So too is Digitamon. And then the other 4 Digimon who work at the restaurant, Numemon, Frigimon, Garulamon, and Tyrannomon, they are not random. They show up at fixed times, and out of the restaurant Digimon who show up at fixed times, I want Numemon to be the only Digimon working at the restaurant for the time being. And the reason for that is because even though I don't believe I've used the restaurant yet, I do plan on using it in the future. And when you use the restaurant, when you eat at the restaurant, you gain stat boosts. And for this type of challenge, the stat boosts that you get from eating Numemon's foods are the stat boosts that I value the most. Numemon's most expensive food boosts attack by 5 and brains by 3, and that is the stat boost that I will want to be getting when I use the restaurant later on. I don't want the stat boosts that you get from Tyrannomon or Frigimon or Garulamon, and that's why their recruitments are being put on hold. When I'm using the restaurant, I want it to be just Numemon who's working there. And I don't know if you can tell, but I'm now trying to get Piximon to show up, because Piximon's recruit would bring me up to 52 prosperity points, which would mean fulfilling the target that I was after. And not only that, but Piximon is a recruitment that I value in this challenge, because by recruiting Piximon, I would be able to go to the item shop in the File City and purchase the training manual from Piximon, and that will greatly help out later on when I do training in the future. I want to try and get the best possible stat boosts that I'm able to get from training. Upgrading the green gym with a baby Digimon or in training Digimon, that's been done. Recruiting Kawagamon and Carboterimon, that's been done. Having access to Hawk Radishes and Super Carrots, that's been done. The only other thing I can think of is the training manual, which I'll have access to if I can defeat Piximon. Danger Sting is faster than Megaton Punch? That does surprise me. I thought at the very least that Megaton Punch would be equal. I guess I don't want Piximon using Danger Sting if it's going to win against Megaton Punch. I suppose Confusion Storm would probably be the best bet, because, you know, I should be able to attack Piximon at times when he uses Confusion Storm, and it's nowhere near as powerful as Bug is. understandably, that wasn't the easiest battle in the world. I knew that it would prove to be one of my tougher battles so far, and that, you know, for a battle like that, I really didn't have the best of stats, but I was keen to get the training manual in the bag in this lifespan before Gabumon Digivolves, so that I've got the training manual available to me ahead of my next lifespan. And I've now decided to see to Vademon. He will join the restaurant, and I've got no objection to that. His foods have better stat boosts than Numemons, because Numemons boosts attack by 5 and brains by 3. Vademons boosts HP and MP by 30 and attack, defense, speed and brains by 3. But I think there's only a 10% chance of Vademon showing up, and I think that's equal to the likelihood of Digivolving showing up, and in which case, when I do use the restaurant, I imagine that I would be seeing a lot more of Numemon than Vademon, and that I'll be eating a lot more of Numemon's foods than Vademon's foods. But that's fine, I'm happy with an increase of 5 attack and 3 brains each time I eat there. And some Digimon, when they eat Numemon's food, sometimes they want to eat more than just one portion. So if I was to eat 2 of his most expensive food, then that would boost attack by 10 and brains by 6. Best case scenario, if I was to eat 3 lots, then that would boost attack by 15 and brains by 9, and it also helps with reducing tiredness as well, plus keeping happiness and discipline topped up, but for reasons that you will know, I'm not keen on the idea of my happiness being in the positive. I want my happiness to be in the negative, under 50%, so that we won't be seeing Digivolution. Getting sick has caused our happiness to go down by a chunk, so I'm not necessarily going to complain about that. It's a minor inconvenience that we have to backtrack to the clinic, and I assume the reason why we became sick is because we didn't feed Gabumon. I've only fed Gabumon a minority of the time, and I imagine that not feeding your Digimon can result in your Digimon becoming sick, especially if you keep not feeding your Digimon, which has pretty much been the way of things for the most part. So yeah, I imagine Gabumon became sick as a result of not being fed. So, where am I going now, you might be wondering? Well, you might be surprised to hear that I'm actually going to the Dino region. And the reason why you might be surprised by that is because it wasn't long ago I was saying that I don't want to recruit Tyrannomon because out of Miramon, Frigimon, Tyrannomon and Garulamon, I want just Miramon to be working at the restaurant out of those 4 Digimon, and that I want to put on hold recruiting Tyrannomon, Frigimon and Garulamon because of how I want the restaurant to be. But nonetheless, I have still come to the Dino region, and I'm about to make progress by having it out with Tyrannomon. So that's Tyrannomon defeated, and a HP chip is ours. And our exploring doesn't end there. We are not going to backtrack, we are going to go deeper into the Dino region, and we are going to be heading for Meteormon. We've already defeated Tyrannomon, and I plan to defeat Meteormon as well, and such actions surely don't seem to be compatible with someone who doesn't want to recruit Tyrannomon yet, or so you might think. And just to explain it to you so that it makes sense, my intention is to defeat both Tyrannomon and Meteormon, but for me to then return to the city straight after defeating Meteormon and without recruiting Tyrannomon. Because after you defeat Meteormon, you have to return to Tyrannomon, speak to him, and he then joins the city afterwards. But I don't plan on speaking to Tyrannomon after defeating Meteormon. My intentions are to defeat Meteormon and then autopilot back to the city, so the fights would be done, Tyrannomon and Meteormon would be defeated, I would have gained HP chips out of it, but I wouldn't have returned to Tyrannomon. I wouldn't have spoken to him and recruited him, but Tyrannomon will be available, and when I feel that the timing is right to recruit Tyrannomon, all I'll have to do is return to the Dino region, speak to him, he'll then join the city, and then if I come back here, Numemon will be here, and I can speak to him, and that will be us one step closer to recruiting Numemon. As explained before, there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. There it is. HP chip is ours. But for the time being, we are done with the Dino region. We've taken care of the harder parts of Tyrannomon's recruitment. We've defeated Tyrannomon and Meteormon. All that's left is the very simple task of returning to the Dino region and speaking to Tyrannomon. Master Tyrannomon will show up, Tyrannomon will join the city, boom, that will be Tyrannomon recruited. Tyrannomon will be a cinch, Frigimon will be a cinch, Garurumon will not be a cinch, but all three of those Digimon are not to be recruited at the moment. The time is not currently right, but the right time will come, and when it does come, I will then recruit those Digimon because they will be needed for their prosperity points. But at the moment, I prefer the restaurant how it is, where I'm only going to be getting served by Mirrormon and Vadermon. I've decided to come here for the Patamon recruit, and I thought that it wouldn't be necessary to have Warcry, and that Megaton Punch alone would be good enough due to how simple the fight should be. You have to defeat Patamon 3 times, but he is one of the weakest Digimon that you will fight in this game. And I have calculated that if I'm not already at a minimum of 15 battles. Now, if I haven't already had a minimum of 15 battles, then I would definitely have had a minimum of 15 battles after Patamon's recruit, and that means that after we defeat Patamon, either we will Digivolve to Olgamon and things will have to stop there, or it hasn't been 3 days yet, it hasn't been long enough to Digivolve, and in which case we will remain as Gabumon for the time being, but it is a certainty that we will Digivolve to Olgamon at some point. It's just a question of when, whether it's going to happen immediately after the Patamon recruit, or if it won't be until later than that. But we have the bonus, by the time we recruit Patamon, we will have the bonus condition for Olgamon, along with the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement. So Digivolving from Gabumon to Olgamon is inevitable. We are only going to have Gabumon for 3 days in this lifespan, not 4. I'm starting to feel like the removal of Warcry might not have been a good idea, and that it would have been better if we had kept it in. I think we will now be at 56 prosperity points, and we're going to find out whether it's going to be getting any higher in this lifespan, because we're about to find out if we've had Gabumon for long enough in order for him to Digivolve. It would seem not. Okay, well, we haven't Digivolved, and that can only mean that we haven't had Gabumon for long enough in order for Digivolutions to be possible, because we do have 3 requirements in the bag. We have 3 of the requirements for Olgamon, and those are requirements that cannot be reversed. We are definitely going to Digivolve to Olgamon once we've had Gabumon for long enough. And the reason why I've come to Friesland is because seeing as we've still got Gabumon as our Digimon, it makes sense to try and make any progress that can be made, and it occurred to me that that now could be a good time to have the first Garurumon battle, thus taking the first step towards recruiting Garurumon. We're not going to recruit him here and now because you have to defeat him twice, and the second battle has to be it has to be at least 1 day later than the first battle, so we're not going to recruit him here and now, but we can at least get the first battle out of the way. And it looks like I forgot to put Warcry back in. That is annoying. Well, that's the first step with Garurumon done. The second step definitely will not be happening in this lifespan, not with the stats that I've got. Right, there's Warcry back. By this point, I knew that I was running out of time. I could think of, Digimon, who I could have battled, but I was also thinking about future lifespans and whether there are some Digimon who I would be better off fighting in a later lifespan when I've got better stats. Numemon certainly struck me as a Digimon who is not best suited for this lifespan. I had also felt that way about Warumutsimon and Factorial Town, but since I was running out of time and running out of ideas, I thought that I would come to Toy Town and try to get lucky with it. When I say get lucky, I'm not talking about the battle against Warumutsimon. I'm talking about simply making it up to Warumutsimon. You know, trying to make it into the room where Warumutsimon is without getting into any unwanted battles. That for me is a real challenge, one that requires luck, because I was, worried about each and every room, worried about the toy Agumons, the tankmons, the clear Agumons, but I did manage to make it this far without getting into any unwanted battles. And the Warumutsimon battle itself was actually one of the things that I was less worried about. What I was more worried about was just safely making it into this room and then safely retreating and then safely making it back into this room once Numemon is here. did have a bit of a scare with how powerful Numemon was, how much damage some of his attacks did. But I have won the battle and been presented, well, will be presented with the gear, and there's also a HP chip in this room as well. Hopefully I'll be able to get the gear to the robot Digimon before Gabumon Digivolves. And instead of heading back to the robot Digimon on foot, I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to risk getting into unwanted battles while travelling back to the room with the robot Digimon. So instead I decided to return to the city with an autopilot, save, and now go to have Birdramon take me back to the Misty Trees, go to Toy Town, present the gear to the robot Digimon, and then try to go back to the room that Numemon was in. He will no longer be there, but Numemon will be there, and that will be our, I think, third time of speaking to Numemon, which would just leave the Dino region and the sewer. I know I've already had more than enough battles in order to fulfill the requirement for Olgamon's Digivolution. I'm not trying to avoid battles to try and stop my number of battles from going any higher, because it's already too high in order to avoid Digivolving to Olgamon. I just don't want to be getting into unwanted battles which are going to waste time, and I'm either going to have to run away from the battles, which will waste even more time and have a knock-on effect my happiness and discipline. The happiness isn't too much of a problem, like losing happiness isn't too much of a problem, but I want to be keeping my discipline as close to the maximum as possible. And yeah, it's just about not really wanting the inconvenience of the battles and not wanting to be wasting time, because I really don't think that time is on our side. Certainly not anymore, anyway. Yeah, I don't know how many hours we've had Gabumon for, but I can't imagine that it's going to be long before he Digivolves. I believe that Numemon has brought us up to 59 prosperity points, and even though it wasn't originally my intention to go to Factorial Town in this lifespan, seeing as I can't think of a tremendous amount of other things to be doing, I guess I will try my chances with Factorial Town. See if I can get to where Gabumon is, see if I can defeat him, and see if I can go any further from there. The first obstacle is just get into Guromon before Gabumon Digivolves, then it's about defeating Guromon, and then I suppose it's about trying to get to Numemon before Gabumon Digivolves, and then defeating Numemon. And then, regardless of whether or not Gabumon Digivolves, I can't imagine there being any harm with speaking to Andromon and have the conversation with him, which ends with him telling you to come back later after he's had chance to try and recover some data. And how is this for luck? I come here during my visit, well, my journey to Guromon, and I'm instantly presented with Metal Mummy. Well, I guess we are now at 62 prosperity points, and I suppose there isn't a tremendous amount of stuff left to do. 62 prosperity points, Andromon and Guromon would make it 68, Numemon and Nanimon would make it 70, Numemon would make it 73, Etamon would make it 76, Airdramon and Devimon would make it 80, Metal Greymon, Megadramon, and Digitamamon I think would make it 89, but we get into an unwanted battle. Garulomon would make it 91. Tyrannomon would make it 93. Frigimon would make it 95. Skull Greymon would make it 98. And another unwanted battle. And some other champion Digimon I'm forgetting about would make it 100 prosperity points. Oh, I guess we're done with this lifespan. Olgamon it is. We are not going to be able to make any further progress in that we're not going to be able to get into any more battles or recruit any more Digimon because we no longer have Gabumon as our Digimon. So our attempts to see to Factorial Town have been cut short. But we have made steady progress. We've got 62 prosperity points, we've got a lot of items, we've got a lot of item chips. We are going to be able to train effectively and get the biggest possible stat boosts. That combined with the item chips is really going to help. And when I think about the remainder of the game, you know, what there is left to do, I reckon it could be possible to complete this challenge with just one more lifespan. I think it is possible for the next lifespan to be the last. I reckon it is possible once we fade away and reach the end of this lifespan, I reckon it is possible to see to the remainder of the game in the next lifespan. Because in this lifespan, I think we went from 18 prosperity points up to 62 prosperity points, and I reckon that 3 days is more than enough to see to the remaining 38 prosperity points, especially when you consider that quite a lot of the remaining Digimon are ultimate Digimon who are going to get you 3 prosperity points each. I'm just thinking about the next lifespan and trying to get the infantry ready for it. I've put all of the item chips into the inventory, plus the super carrots and hawk radishes. Blue apples might come in handy, prickly pears might come in handy, happy mushrooms might come in handy. But the sirloins in the inventory, the autopilots. I think I'll leave it at that for the time being. Eight HP chips, that's enough for 4,000 HP. That would surely be more than enough for the, you know, in order for us to definitely be able to keep ourselves alive in the remaining battles that we will get into. I scolded Olgamon just so that his discipline, I think, will be high enough in order for me to get away with taking him to the toilet every 7 hours instead of every 6 hours. I'm not very familiar with Olgamon's routine. I'm not very familiar with like when he sleeps and when he wakes up. Oh, but it looks like he does want to sleep. And it's 2 AM, is it? It's just struck 3 AM. Okay, so it looks like he wants to sleep shortly after midnight, because he was first giving us the sleep bubble when it was 2 AM, and we've slept until 11 AM, so he wakes up just before midday, goes to sleep not long after midnight. And I'm losing my bearings because the item shop is where I want to go to, not the clinic. And I would like for Piximon to show up so that I can purchase a training manual. I'm just going to repeatedly leave and re-enter until Piximon shows up, and I did also pause during it as well, but here is Piximon. Okay, so we've got that added to the inventory. The benefit of the training manual, super carrots and hawk radishes, the gym upgrade created by Kawagamon and Carpelterimon, and the gym upgrade created by a baby and in training Digimon. So I am going to mostly be passing the time, and I'm going to go about this by training, resting and sleeping, I will still be taking sirloins from Vegemon and letting Olgamon use the toilet. Seeing as Digimon's house has been upgraded, it's no longer possible to rest at Digimon's house, and instead I will have to rest at the Centaur Clinic. And when I visit the Centaur Clinic, I would also like to purchase some medicines, just because I have gotten sick a number of times in this playthrough, this challenge. It looks like sickness is quite a common thing, something that's quite prone, and so I don't think it would be a bad idea to have some medicines in the inventory. And I am working towards Olgamon fading away, but there is something that does need to be done before Olgamon fades away. So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, getting Olgamon closer to the day in which he fades away, but shortly before he fades away, I will need to go to Digimon's house and speak to Digimon. You will remember when I had enough prosperity points in order for Greymon to feature, but I needed to speak to Digimon with a Digimon who was at least a champion. That was something that I wasn't able to do with Gabumon. I couldn't sort of unlock Greymon by speaking to Digimon with Gabumon as my Digimon, and I've got a very similar problem at the moment, and that's that I've got enough prosperity points in order for Digimon to mention to you about Mount Infinity becoming open, but in order for Digimon to tell you about it, not only do you need a minimum of 50 prosperity points, but you also need to speak to Digimon with a Digimon who is at least a champion. Had I spoken to Digimon with Gabumon as my Digimon, then it would have been pointless, despite the fact that my prosperity points would have been more than high enough. I couldn't have triggered Greymon by speaking to Digimon with Gabumon as my Digimon, regardless of prosperity points, and I have the same problem now with having Digimon mention about Mount Infinity, which triggers Airdramon, unlocks Airdramon. But if I speak to Digimon with Olgamon as my Digimon, then Digimon will mention about Mount Infinity, and if I then wait for Olgamon to fade away, then I will start over in Digimon's house with a new lifespan. It will be the green egg that I will pick, which Botamon will hatch from, and I will be in the same position that I was in, well, when when I had to leave Digimon's house via an autopilot and had to refrain from entering Digimon's house to avoid encountering Greymon, I'm going to have the same problem, but with Airdramon instead. I'm going to have to leave Digimon's house with Bottomon by using an autopilot, and I'm going to be unable to manually enter or leave Digimon's house without Airdramon showing up. So I have to train and Digivolve to Gabumon and get myself into a position where I feel able to take on Airdramon, and then by attempting to enter Digimon's house, I will then be challenged by Airdramon. So the mechanics are very similar to the mechanics that we had with Greymon, getting Greymon to show up. Okay, this is Olgamon's final day, and it's also Olgamon's final hour. He is going to fade away at the end of this hour. So I have less than an hour just to make the final preparations. One of them is to purchase medicines. $10 medicines purchased. I think that will be more than enough. I've got all of the most urgent items in my inventory. There are other items that will be needed later on, but they are in the item bank ready for me, so I can help myself to them as and when I please. I can get today's supply of sirloins, and now I've got just under half an hour. I need to enter Digimon's house and speak to him. Okay, he's mentioned about Mount Infinity. As for Angemon, his hints: Tyrannomon, Frigimon, Garulamon. Right, just gonna see the hour out. Olgamon is fading away. It's vital that I don't manually enter or leave Digimon's house until I am ready to fight Airdramon. If I manually leave, I will be challenged by Airdramon. If I leave by using an autopilot, that will be okay, but if I try to enter Digimon's house once I'm outside, then I will get challenged by Airdramon. Right, I've got a lot of item chips, and I do want to use them, but at the moment I want to only use the item chips which are going to boost stats, which are necessary for Digivolve into Gabumon. I want to Digivolve to Gabumon and not Agumon, so I want to use the item chips that will boost the stats, which will help with Digivolving to Gabumon, and not use the item chips which will boost the stats that will help with Digivolving to Agumon. Those item chips are to stay in my inventory until I Digivolve to Gabumon, and then once I've got Gabumon, I can then give him the remaining item chips. So that leaves HP chips and attack chips, which are not to be used at the moment. And I want to get my discipline to the maximum, or at least close to the maximum. And as my happiness goes down, I will try to keep it topped up with blue apples and happy mushrooms. So, you know, I'm scolding to boost my discipline, but that's causing my happiness to go down. And when I think that my happiness is a bit too low, I top up with the happiness boosting items that I've got. This is the last of them. I had 2 blue apples and 2 happy mushrooms. Now to just do the last of the scolds. Well, my discipline is at the maximum. My happiness, however, is only about a quarter full. I do wonder if it might have been better to have just repeatedly scolded Bottomon until his discipline was at the maximum. His happiness probably would have fallen to the minimum, but then I could have brought it back up with blue apples and happy mushrooms. I do wonder if that might have been a better approach to have taken, but it's a bit late now to be wondering. I've given a super carrot to Bottomon so that training attack, brains and MP will be more effective. And I escaped from Digimon's house with an autopilot, as you saw. Now, I would like my brains to eventually be at 300. Etamon is available for battle in the native forest, and if you defeat him, then he drops a brain chip, and in which case it could be argued that I only need to get my brains up to 250, because if I have Gabumon as my Digimon and I've got 250 brains, then by defeating Etamon I will get a brain chip, and giving that to Gabumon would get my brains up to 300. It just means that until I get that brain chip, I would have to make do without the distance command and the change target command, and also have to settle with only being able to do 3 war cries instead of 4. Now you'll see that Bottomon wanted to eat, and I took him to the restaurant and had him eat Miramon's most expensive food item, which increased attack by 5 and brains by 3, and also helped with happiness, discipline, and tiredness. And the restaurant, for the time being, is actually going to be my main source of food. I gave a super carrot to Bottomon, and the effects of super carrots and hawk radishes only last until you feed your Digimon something else. By feeding your Digimon something else, it removes the effects of the super carrot or hawk radish, depending on which item that you used. However, if you eat at the restaurant, then the restaurant food doesn't reverse the effects of super carrots and hawk radishes, so by eating at the restaurant, I can feed my Digimon and keep the benefits of super carrots and hawk radishes, not to mention the stat boost that I'm going to get every time I eat at the restaurant. And the reason why I wanted Numemon to be the Digimon working at the restaurant is because I wanted it to be my attack and brains that would increase when eating at the restaurant, as opposed to other Digimon whose foods impact different stats. Now, I've only got Numemon and Vademon recruited. I'm very happy with the stat boosts that you get from those Digimon's foods, but I'm less keen on the stat boosts that you get from the likes of Tyrannomon, Garulamon, and Frigimon, and that's why I haven't yet recruited Tyrannomon or Frigimon, even though I could have done, and it would have been very easy to. But for the time being, I'm going to be training. I'm going to be keeping the benefits of the super carrot that I gave to Bottomon, and I'm going to be eating at the restaurant, and I will consider not allowing Koromon to sleep so that I can use the time to be doing training instead. I know there's the problem with the sweat bubble. Yeah, we don't want to be seeing that. But there is the clinic where we can rest, and not to mention that the restaurant food that we are going to be eating does cause tiredness to go down, and that will delay the sweat bubble showing up. And, hopefully we can, keep Koromon awake without too much of a problem. And for as long as we are training brains, I think there's a much smaller risk of seeing the sweat bubble, because I think training brains consumes a lot less energy. Well, I think training brains consumes the least amount of energy out of all of the training equipment. I will also want to train other stats as well, and that might lead to problems, but I think at the moment things are okay. The biggest problem with the sweat bubble really is the effect it will have on our discipline, and the fact that we would have to go to the clinic and rest in order to get it treated. Well, we are working towards our Digivolution. We want to Digivolve to Gabumon. We want to have, the best stats that are realistically achievable. The use of the item chips is going to be very helpful, and I'm also trying to make the most of the training that's available to us. Trying to not let Koromon sleep so that we can use the time to be training as well, having the benefits of the super carrot, the training manual, the gym upgrades, getting stat boosts from the restaurant while not losing the effects of the super carrot. I'm trying my best. Trying to make the most of the time that we've got, trying to make the most of the opportunities that are available to us. But I doubt I will be able to keep the sweat bubble away indefinitely. I'm sure it will show up. Oh, Digimon. Always go for the most expensive food because that always has the biggest stat increase. As I was saying, I'm sure the sweat bubble will show up because I don't think the restaurant food alone will be enough to prevent the sweat bubble from popping up, because of the fact that we're not letting Koromon sleep, we haven't rested yet, and we are spending most of our time training. If I train a third time, then I think he will want the toilet as well as wanting food, and in which case I'll be able to take Numemon to the toilet while heading to the restaurant. That is correct. We can see that Numemon wants to sleep, but I don't particularly want to let him sleep. I'd much rather continue to train at the gym. I trained brains until it got up to 241. By that point I thought that I didn't need to train it any further. The restaurant food would be more than enough to get it up to 250 or more, and then the brain chip from Etamon would get brains up to 300. I think 300 is as far as we need to go with our brains. I don't really see any great advantage that would come from getting our brains up to 400. I think we will still only be able to do 4 war cries, and I don't think the defensive command is going to be hugely useful, and we do now have the sweat bubble and food as well. I didn't want to leave straight away because I wanted Koramon's appetite to kick in first, so that I could go to, so that while heading to the clinic I could also tie the restaurant in with it. But I do think that we really do need to be resting now. And I think we're only 1 hour away from Koramon needing the toilet. I hope that I can rest before the urge kicks in. Okay, well there's one rest. Koramon does annoyingly need the toilet. I think we are probably going to need to rest more than once though. I can't imagine the sweat bubble is far away at all. Koramon has already wanted to sleep twice, so Koramon's Digivolution can't be particularly far away either, I would think. I think that's enough resting. Okay, we're going to be making a trip to the restaurant as well. And then it will be back to the green gym for more training, but I don't think we'll be able to squeeze much more training in before Koramon Digivolves. Yeah, we only had one brain chip, but we're going to get another one from Etamon, and we've been able to train our brains a lot, been able to train our attack, and we've got plenty of attack chips and HP chips. I think the MP chips will be good enough for now. We had defense chips, but I don't think we had any quick chips. Our speed is just 28. Oh, we are now Digivolving. Gabumon is my Digimon, and now it's about getting myself ready for the next battle. My HP is awful, but I have enough HP chips to put it up to over 4,000. I think I can put my attack up by an extra 300 with attack chips. So that would bring it up to, well, currently it would bring it up to 500. But from eating at the restaurant, it will probably be a bit more than that. And if I'm going to be doing 4 war cries in battles, then I think that during the battles that would bring my attack up to over 700, because I think that Warcry boosts attack and speed by 10% and defense by 5%. So if I've got 500 attack, then 10% would be 50, which would put it up to 550, and then 10% would be 55, which would put it up to 605, I think then 665, and then over 700. My speed is something that does need to be worked on. I don't believe I've got any quick chips, and in which case my speed will have to be improved from training, and that's why I gave Gabumon a Horseradish. Horseradish is what you need in order to get bigger stat boosts when training speed, and I'm not meant to be training attack, I'm meant to be training speed. And I thought I would be able to make it to the toilet in time, but it looks like I'm wrong. Horseradish, that boosts the effects of HP, speed and defense, whereas Super Carrot boosts the effect of MP, attack and brains. I don't need to train my HP because the HP chips will get it more than good enough. I don't think I need to go any further with my attack because it's already over 200. I can increase it by 300 with attack chips, and the restaurant is going to be increasing my attack as well, regardless of whether I get served by Numemon or Vadermon. My MP isn't great, but there are more item chips to come, some of which are MP chips. Right, let's get the item chips down, Gabumon. My brains is close to 300, it's over 250. The brain chip that will be dropped by Etamon will be more than enough to get my brains up to 300, have the distance and change target command, and the ability to do 4 war cries during battles. I am keen to battle Etamon sooner rather than later, because of the benefit of the brain chip, but I think Airdramon is the Digimon who I will challenge next, because I would like to have access to Digimon's house. I would like to be able to save my game, and because of that I think Airdramon is the Digimon I will battle next. That will mean only having the attack and moderate command during the battle, and only being able to do 3 war cries. but I think I'll be able to see the battle through, and Etamon will be the next priority after Airdramon. I've not been to Mount Infinity yet. There are quite a few item chips in Mount Infinity that are waiting for me. There's Factorial Town. Guromon will drop a defense chip, and Numemon will drop an MP chip. I've not defeated Numemon yet. He'll drop a quick chip. I'm sure there's other item chips as well. What I'm saying is that the item chips that I had in my inventory at the beginning of this lifespan are not the only item chips that are going to be going to my Digimon. I hope to see to the remainder of the game in this lifespan. The Gabumon who I've got now, I hope to see to the remainder of the game with him as my Digimon, and in which case any item chips that I am presented with here onwards, I will give to my Digimon if I think that I've got an advantage to gain from it. Once my brains gets up to 300, I'm not sure if there's really any tremendous value in going any further with brains. But all of the other stats will be worth increasing. You have to remember I haven't yet had the second Garulamon battle, and that could prove to be a tough battle due to my inability to assist my Digimon in any sort of way. The MP that I've got will have to be enough to see the battle through and defeat Garulamon. I'll need to have enough HP to survive. I'll need to have, enough defense in order to survive, enough attack in order to do, reasonable damage, and enough speed so that I'm not attacking too infrequently. Wait, Gabumon wants to eat? I just ate at the restaurant and the food bubble went away. It must have been from reaching a new hour that he then wanted to eat again. I know that when you consider Digivolutions, it might not be helpful for me to have my weight so high. It might not be helpful that my care mistakes are lower because I'm choosing to feed Gabumon instead of starving him. But it's going to be a minimum of 3 days. Well, starting from when Koromon digivolved to Gabumon, it's going to be a minimum of 3 days before there's any risk of Gabumon Digivolving. Firstly, we need to be asking our... Firstly, we need to be saying that we might be able to see to the remainder of the game before those 3 days are up, and in which case we don't need to worry about Digivolutions. And even if we do end up needing to prevent Digivolutions, it'll be easy to bring my weight back down by force feeding super carrots to Gabumon. I've got a couple of prickly pears as well, and care mistakes are building up for other reasons. The fact that I'm not letting Gabumon sleep, he accidentally messed on the floor once, and when I'm outside of the city, the restaurant won't be available to me, and I'll have the choice of either feeding him food items or not feeding him at all. I'd like to get another rest in, and I don't think I'll be able to make it to the toilet in time if I was to go there on foot. Fear not, I have an autopilot. That puts us closer to the toilet, and we should now be able to make it. He doesn't currently want to eat. But with a bit more training, I'm sure it won't be long until he's showing us the food bubble. I think 200 speed will probably be about right. Warcry will put it up. I'm going to be... there's going to be further item chips. I know that Numemon drops a quick chip, Devimon drops a quick chip. There's other item chips in Mount Infinity. I know there's an MP chip that you can collect. Megadramon, I think, drops an attack chip. Behind him, I think, are a HP chip, an MP chip. Metal Greymon, I think, drops a defense chip. Digitamamon, I think, drops a quick chip. There's an MP chip and a defense chip that we can get from Factorial Town by defeating Guromon and Numemon. attack is 560. With 4 war cries, we should be able to get our attack up to about 800 or so. And that's not the highest possible, it's not 999, but it's, you know, plenty good enough for even the toughest of Digimon that you could go up against in this game. Here, Airdramon has been triggered, and we're about to find out how we are going to fare without the distance and change target command and the ability to do 4 war cries. Right, well, Mount Infinity is now available to us. Not that we will be going there just yet. I think we are more or less done with the training, and we are now in a position where the restaurant has a lot less value, and because of that, I don't really begrudge the recruitment of the other restaurant Digimon. I know before I didn't want to recruit any of the other restaurant Digimon, but now I'm in a position where it should be okay to recruit the other restaurant Digimon, because the restaurant is nowhere near as significant now that the training is more or less done. So I don't really begrudge going to the Dino region to recruit Tyrannomon, going to Friesland to recruit Frigimon, trying our chances against Garulamon and, you know, recruiting him as well if we can defeat him. And even though this next Digimon has nothing to do with the restaurant, we also have to try to remember Dremolgemon. We haven't recruited him yet, and he is available for recruitment. If we go to the drill tunnel and speak to him, he'll join the city straight afterwards. Right, well, we can now get our brains up to 300. At the beginning of this lifespan, I think we were at 62 prosperity points. Airdramon would have made it 64. Etamon would have made it 67. We've got a few loose ends to tie up, such as Digivolve, Frigimon, Tyrannomon. Seeing as we're close to the drill tunnel, I would like to go there from here and recruit Digivolve before I forget about him. I think I should delay Gabumon for as long as possible, because I want to have the best possible stats when I battle Garurumon. I think the Garurumon battle will be tougher than any of the other battles that I'm going to get into, due to the fact that I can't assist my Digimon in the Garurumon battle, but can assist my Digimon in all of the other battles, and I've got loads of items that will, that makes winning battles a whole lot easier. If I was to, leave Garurumon for the time being and do other parts of the game, other battles, other recruitments, then, I will gain item chips, give them to Gabumon and be in a stronger position when battling Garurumon. It would probably make sense to do Factorial Town before Mount Infinity, because Mount Infinity is the the toughest place in the game, with the toughest Digimon. Do Factorial Town first, benefit from the defense chip and the MP chip. Not to mention that with Factorial Town, after you defeat Numemon and speak to Andromon, you then have to return to Andromon later on, once a certain amount of time has elapsed, and we can spend that time doing Mount Infinity and possibly some other stuff as well, and then by the time we return to Factorial Town, hopefully Andromon will be ready for us, and we'll be able to recruit Andromon and Guromon, as well as encounter Numemon in the sewer. Right, next destination is the Dino region. Birdramon can take us to the start of the Dino region, and then we just need to make it to where Tyrannomon is, and he'll join the city after we speak to him. And I don't really want to be getting into unwanted battles. Well, at least it was weak opposition. It was still an inconvenience. And I learned Heat Laser, which really doesn't matter in the slightest. Yes, that's right. Just return to the city. Speak to Tyrannomon, recruit Tyrannomon, and then return to the city without speaking to Numemon. Recruiting Tyrannomon is what results in Numemon spawning in the area that Meteormon was in, so after recruiting Tyrannomon it would have made the most sense to have then gone and spoke to Numemon. But no, just ignore Numemon and return to the city, why don't you? Leave yourself so that you have to make yet another trip to the Dino region just to speak to Numemon. Yeah, when I recruited Tyrannomon, I think I forgot about Numemon. I was focused on the Tyrannomon recruit. I think that Numemon just slipped my mind. But whatever, let's try and make it up to Guromon without getting into tons of unwanted fights. For me, it would be a tremendous stretch if I can succeed at that. Good grief, looks like I managed it. Yeah, this is post-commentary that you're listening to, and it has been for the whole of the video so far, and it will be for the rest of the video. I did the, recording first, played the game, did this challenge, recorded myself doing the challenge, and I'm now watching the video back and adding commentary. When I was playing and I recruited Tyrannomon, I forgot about Numemon, but when watching the video back and adding the commentary, I didn't forget to include that I was meant to then speak to Numemon at the Dino region after recruiting Tyrannomon, but forgot about it. But I do make a return trip to the Dino region at some point and speak to Numemon. I think that's self-explanatory because you have to speak to Numemon at all of his locations before he joins the city. Right, when Gabumon collapses, it'd be really nice if he doesn't collapse on me, because if he does collapse on me, I will end up getting stuck. Okay, it's alright. It would have been really annoying if he had collapsed on me and then I would have gotten stuck. I wouldn't have been able to have collected the defense chip because I wouldn't have been able to have moved. But, you know, he didn't collapse on me and I was able to help myself to the defense chip. And if Gabumon didn't need the toilet, then I surely would have gone straight from Guromon to Andromon and then the sewer. But with Gabumon needing the toilet, I thought I would have to autopilot back to the city, let Gabumon use the toilet, and now head to Andromon from here, and then go to the sewer where Numemon is. And looks like Gabumon's finishes are getting stronger now. What with Gabumon's attack getting higher. I did over... my finish did over 2,000 damage against both Etamon and Guromon. It actually did over 2,500 against Etamon. It's surprising how powerful these rookies' finishes can be once you get your attack high. I suppose you wouldn't normally have a high attack stat with a rookie Digimon, and so the finishes would probably, well, usually wouldn't be anywhere near as strong as what they could potentially be if you were to get your attack, you know, really high, or to the maximum even. So this is the initial scene, it's meant to happen when you go to the sewer for the first time, but by leaving and re-entering it puts things back to normal, it puts things to the present, and this is where we should be, and I anticipate that this is a battle that will be over with one single punch. There you are. I think we are now at 74 prosperity points, because I think Etamon made it 67, Digivolving 69, Frigimon 71, Tyrannomon 73, Numemon 74. We can get the ball rolling with Andromon's recruit and Guromon's recruit by speaking to Andromon. Those recruits combined would bring us up to 80 prosperity points. Numemon would make it 81, there is still the whole of the whole of Mount Infinity. There's Garurumon, there's Numemon, Skullgreymon is currently an unrecruited Digimon. Right, I'm heading back to the Dino region, and this time it's for Numemon. This wouldn't have been necessary if I had gone to Numemon after recruiting Tyrannomon, but it looks like I insisted on overcomplicating things. But this challenge, Gabumon solo, it wasn't a challenge that I had thought of doing until recently, when I was adding commentary to my 5th overpowered run for this game, Digimon World overpowered run 5. I was talking about the challenges that I have already done for this game, ones that I've already done and uploaded, ones that I've done but haven't currently uploaded, and also ideas for other challenges, or rather lack of ideas for other challenges. But when I was talking about the challenges that I've already done and uploaded, I mentioned about how I did a challenge where I started with Agumon and was restricted to only using Spitfire for the whole of the challenge. It was a Spitfire solo challenge. I mentioned about how I did a similar challenge, but where I started with Gabumon and was restricted to Sonic Jab for the whole of the challenge. It was a Sonic Jab solo technique challenge. And the fact that I've also done a counter solo technique challenge, a challenge where I was only allowed to use counter for the whole of the challenge. And I mentioned about the Agumon solo challenge, where I started with Agumon and was only allowed to get into battles and recruit Digimon when Agumon was my Digimon. So I started with Agumon, and it was an Agumon solo where I went by the same rules that I am going by in this challenge. I mentioned about the Sukamon solos that I've done for this challenge, Sukamon solo playthroughs. I mentioned about the Tainomon solo challenge that I did for this game. And talking about the Agumon solo did get me thinking of the possibility of trying a Gabumon solo, where, very similar to the Agumon solo, I start the game with Gabumon, who is the other possible starting rookie Digimon, and then do a Gabumon solo. Same rules as the Agumon solo, but a Gabumon solo instead. And I quite liked the idea. I practiced it I enjoyed doing it, I liked how the practice went, and then I decided to make it a proper thing and do a Gabumon solo challenge for this game. There have been other challenges that I've done for this game. Some have been less enjoyable than others. Some I've liked less than others. But most of the challenges that I've done for this game have already been uploaded. There are still some that are waiting to be uploaded. And let's get down to business with Numemon. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that my attack made it up to 825 by the time that I used the last war cry, because when Gabumon did the last war cry, attack went up by 75, which I think must mean that his attack was at 750 when he used that last war cry, because attack goes up by 10% when you do war cry. 75 is 10% of 750, so if I'm right that my attack was at 750 when I used the last war cry, and my attack went up by 75 when doing the last war cry, then 750 add 75 surely brings it up to 825. I think Numemon's attack was higher. I think that his full power brought his attack up to the maximum. But nonetheless, my finish did substantially more damage than his finish did, despite the fact that he was an ultimate and Gabumon was a rookie, and Numemon had superior attack to Gabumon. You know, my attack still did quite a bit more damage. And it does make the mechanics of this game seem a bit strange. It looks like that the damage inflicted by finishes could be a bit misleading, a bit controversial, but I really don't know anything about the mechanics of the game, so it's not really something that I am able to say anything insightful about. Right, well, Factorial Town is pending at the moment. Garurumon is on the back burner, so let's make a start with Mount Infinity. The very first thing that I'm going to do before heading to Digimon is to intentionally get into a random battle, because there's a Rockmon who is blocking the way to an item, and I need to get him out of the way in order to be able to reach the item that he is blocking. Hoping that they're gonna use Meltdown and inflict major damage upon each other. That's why I'm reluctant to attack at them. I'm hoping for them to hurt each other. Yeah, one of the things that I really do like about the Digimon in Mount Infinity is how prone they are to hitting each other with their attacks, and where they are generally powerful Digimon with powerful attacks, they really can, you know, inflict some major damage upon each other, which makes things a lot easier for the player. And I did not want to do that. Okay, well, I'm just going to run. It will take me straight back to the area that I was in. There are various ways in which I have OCD. One of the ways is that I like to collect all of the items that are available, and so even though the Omni Disc that I collected in the previous area wasn't a particularly valuable or useful item, I wanted to collect it for the sake of collecting it, and that required getting into a battle in order to clear the Rockmon out of the way. Now we are just one room away from facing the first main villain from the first season of Digimon. Yeah, the first main villain from Digimon Season 1. The Digimon in question being Devimon, a very overpowered champion Digimon. In the series, Gabumon wouldn't stand a chance against Devimon, but let's see how Gabumon fares against Devimon in a game rather than a TV series. like with Meteormon and Leomon, there's a bit of text that I have to go through slowly to prevent my game from freezing. There it is. The quick chip is much appreciated. I have ran out of small recoveries, but I'm not sure there's any need to replace them by this stage of the game, with all the money that we've got and all the stats that we've got and all the other items that we've got. I think that small recoveries are highly insignificant. I think that medium recoveries are the items that we should be relying on for keeping our HP topped up. And of course, now that our MP is a bit higher, I kind of feel the same way about MP floppies. I think that, you know, we would probably get by just fine with medium MPs. But there are other items that I'm finding, which I will use accordingly. The Omni Floppy, I use that against Devimon. The double flop, I would like to use. Super Recovery, I'd like to use that as well. I'm sure I'll find an opportunity for the large MPs also. And now we are entering the area that Megadramon is in. Normally, I would leave Megadramon until after Machinedramon. But in this challenge, I'm going to challenge Megadramon here and now, because I would like the benefit of the attack chip that he drops, plus the HP chip and MP chip that is behind him. Those finishes just keep getting stronger and stronger. If you're aiming to complete this game with 100 prosperity points, then you do have to come to Mount Infinity at least twice. The first time to defeat Machinedramon, and you have to defeat Devimon and Metal Greymon before you can reach Machinedramon. And then after you defeat Machinedramon, you have to return to Mount Infinity in order to defeat Digitamamon. And there is also Megadramon in Mount Infinity, and it's up to you whether you battle him during the first visit or the second visit. You can battle him before Machinedramon when you come to Mount Infinity for the first time, or you can battle him after Machinedramon when you return to Mount Infinity. Normally I choose to leave Megadramon until my second visit to Mount Infinity, because the area that Megadramon is in, when you defeat him, that area then gets replaced by random Digimon who are roaming around, and that means that if you defeat Megadramon the first time, if you defeat Megadramon when coming to Mount Infinity the first time, then when you come to Mount Infinity for the second time, and you make it through the area that Megadramon was in, there will be random Digimon there instead. They will be roaming around. So in the interest of not wanting to avoid the random Digimon that are roaming around, I like to ignore Megadramon when I come to Mount Infinity for the first time, and battle Machinedramon, and then when I return to Mount Infinity for Digitamamon, I then battle Megadramon, and it saves me from having to avoid the random Digimon who replace Megadramon. Those random Digimon are not there when Megadramon is there, but after you defeat Megadramon, Megadramon then gets replaced by random Digimon. This time around I chose to defeat Megadramon on the first visit because I wanted the benefit of the item chips ahead of the Machinedramon battle. The only downside is that when I return, I will have to avoid random Digimon in the area that Megadramon was in. Okay. Machinedramon is right in the other room. And I believe we are now at 85 prosperity points. I think Numemon made it 77. Devimon 79, Megadramon 82, Metal Greymon 85. So who are we missing? Digitamamon 88, Andromon 91, Guromon 94, Numemon 95, Garulamon 97, and recruiting Skull Greymon would make it 100. So I think that's right, 85 prosperity points. Okay, with Machinedramon out of the way, there isn't a tremendous amount left to do in this challenge. I feel like we are making good progress. We can't get complacent because there is still work left to do, but so far I'm very pleased with how this challenge has gone. Where is Tainomon? We've got Yoramon, we've got Botamon and Koromon, Poyomon and Tokamon, the baby form and in training form of Gabumon. Where's Tainomon? Seems to be the only baby / in training Digimon who's missing. Anyways, we've returned to the game after defeating Machinedramon, and the first place that I'm going to is the back dimension, and I'm not going there to battle Machinedramon. I'm simply going there to collect the items that are there. There are a large number of item chips at the back dimension, and if we give them to Gabumon, it will help with the remainder of the game. It will help with the last few battles that we have to get into, the last few Digimon that we have to defeat, and I can confirm that the Olga Fortress is where the back dimension is, because I checked beforehand. Before recording, I checked to see where the back dimension was, and then when I found out that it was the Olga Fortress, I then, reloaded the game, started recording, and went straight to the Olga Fortress, like you saw. And I'm sick again. Good thing I decided to purchase medicines. And seeing as we are getting near the end of this challenge, I feel like now is a good time to talk to you about certain things. Firstly, I would like to confirm that in this challenge, going by the rules of this challenge, the rules that I am restricted to, it regrettably is not possible to get 100 prosperity points, and the reason for that is because it's not possible to recruit Skull Greymon. Gabumon is a data type and therefore can't enter Greylord's Mansion, because Greylord's Mansion is exclusive to virus types. I can't enter Greylord's Mansion with Gabumon, there's no way of entering Greylord's Mansion when my own Digimon is Gabumon, and I don't know of any way in which it could be possible to somehow be inside of Greylord's mansion with Gabumon as your Digimon. Because the only ways I can think of would be either to enter Greylord's mansion with the Digimon, or enter Greylord's mansion with a Digimon who can Digivolve to the Digimon that you need, and Digivolve to that Digimon when you are already inside of Greylord's mansion. Like, for example, if you wanted to be inside of Greylord's mansion with Digitamamon, then enter Greylord's mansion with a virus champion Digimon, for example Sukamon, and then when you're inside of Greylord's mansion, give Sukamon a Misty Egg, make it Digivolve to Digitamamon, and then you're inside of Greylord's mansion with Digitamamon. I don't know of any way in which it would be possible to enter Greylord's mansion with Gabumon, nor can I think of any way in which it would be possible to enter Greylord's mansion with a Digimon who is eligible for Greylord's mansion and could Digivolve to Gabumon. There's only one Digimon who can Digivolve to Gabumon, that is Koromon, who is also a data type and therefore can't enter Greylord's mansion. You know, as far as I'm aware, there's no way in which it's possible to be inside of Greylord's mansion with Gabumon as your Digimon. That means that Skullgreymon is not recruitable, because I'm only allowed to get into battles when Gabumon is my Digimon. I'm only allowed to recruit Digimon when Gabumon is my Digimon. And recruiting Skullgreymon would require me to battle Tekamon and Skullgreymon with an alternative Digimon, and recruit Skullgreymon with an alternative Digimon, and both of which would be against the rules. I don't know of any way of being able to recruit Skullgreymon in this challenge under these restrictions. I don't think it's possible. If there is a way, then I don't believe it's been discovered yet. So 100 prosperity points is not going to be possible. The most that's going to be possible is 97. When I did the Agumon solo, I think I finished with 95 prosperity points. The Digimon who were unrecruited were Skullgreymon, like in this challenge, and also Frigimon, because I wasn't able to recruit Frigimon with Agumon as my Digimon. I was able to see to the initial part of Frigimon, you know, I was able to have Frigimon rescue us, but it wasn't possible to recruit Frigimon by returning to him with Agumon as my Digimon, because Agumon can't tolerate the cold, and because of that, I wasn't able to recruit Frigimon. In this challenge, you saw that I could recruit Frigimon, and if I am able to also recruit all of the Digimon who I recruited in the Agumon solo, then I will be able to go as high as 97 prosperity points. It did get me thinking about whether it would be possible to do 100 prosperity points, but whether it would be possible to do a rookie solo for this challenge under the rules that I'm going by, while also obtaining 100 prosperity points, and seemingly it would require a rookie who is a virus type, who would also have no problems with recruiting Digimon. And I do wonder if Betamon ticks that box, because I believe that Betamon is a virus type, and if I'm right, then it should be possible to recruit Skull Greymon with Betamon as your Digimon. It should be possible to recruit Angemon. It should be possible to recruit Digimon. It should be possible, I think, to get 100 prosperity points. So in the interest of a challenge where it's a rookie solo with 100 prosperity points, I think it might be possible with Betamon. That is something that I will look into, and it could be a challenge that I would consider trying. I would have to start the game with either Agumon or Gabumon, and I would have to just pass the time until my Digimon fades away, and I would have to choose the pink egg after my Digimon fades away and Digivolve to Betamon. But it could be possible. It's something I need to put more thought into, it's something I need to research more, it's something that I need to practice, but it is a challenge that I might one day try and upload. The only other rookie Digimon who I think is a virus type is Kunamon, but I don't think it would be possible to recruit Digimon under such restrictions, because I don't think Kunamon can tolerate cold weather very well, and that would seemingly rule out the possibility of recruiting Kunamon. There are a few other challenges that I've recorded but haven't yet uploaded, and I don't want to comment on them because I don't want to spoil anything, but I have been thinking about other possible challenges. I know someone did a challenge where they had to get 100 prosperity points in one lifespan. You know, the Digimon that they started with, they had to get 100 prosperity points in that single lifespan. I don't think that that is a challenge that I will do, because I effectively did that in the no gym, no item chip challenge that I did for this game back in 2013, I think it was. It was a no gym, no item chip challenge, but I also did it with just one lifespan. I made it up to 100 prosperity points in a single lifespan, and so that challenge had essentially already been done in a different challenge. And there is a challenge that I have done already, which I haven't yet uploaded, and this challenge would make it obsolete. The 100 prosperity points with one lifespan, that challenge would be made obsolete by a different challenge that I've done, a challenge that I haven't yet uploaded, but it's a challenge where I do make it up to 100 prosperity points in a single lifespan, but that's not the primary aim of the challenge. It's a tougher challenge with tougher objectives, and with that challenge I kind of feel like there's no need to do a 100 prosperity point with one lifespan challenge. Here we go for the Gabumon battle. I took out Warcry, left in Megaton Punch, because I just want to use Megaton Punch and try and take Gabumon out. The fight's not going too well so far. Okay, now my HP is not much higher than his. This is going really badly at the moment. So after an initial scare, we did go on to win the fight against Gabumon pretty comfortably. And that, I think, puts us up to 90 prosperity points. It was 85, but we recruited Digitamon and now Gabumon. And it would seem that Andromon, Guromon and Nanimon will account for the final 7 prosperity points. I don't foresee any difficulties with recruiting those Digimon, so it looks like we are almost there with this challenge. It looks like this challenge will prove to be successful. Out of challenges for this game that I haven't yet done, the only challenge that I can think of at the moment, which I might do, is a rookie solo 100 prosperity point challenge, with Betamon being the rookie. That's assuming that I'm right about Betamon being a virus type, because I'm sure I remember exploring Greylord's mansion with Betamon as my Digimon. He's not the best of Digimon. He has, I think, 5 ice techniques: Winter Blast, Ice Needle, Water Blitz, Aqua Magic and Giga Freeze. He has 2 air techniques, Electric Cloud and Static Electric. I believe he moves very slowly, which weakens his evasion and also his ability to attack opposing Digimon. I don't think his finish is that great. But if he's the only Digimon where a rookie solo 100 prosperity point challenge would be possible, then he is the rookie that would have to be used. Anyway, it had been long enough for Andromon to recover the data. He presented us with the information, then he joins the city. We've spoken to Numemon for the 5th and final time. He's joined the city, and we've got the key item, which enables us to carry 30 items instead of 20. All that's left now is Gabumon. Managed to make it past those Digimon, and I don't want to speak too soon, but I should be able to avoid the remaining Digimon. Go straight to Gabumon. He'll be the final recruit. We'll be at 97 prosperity points. Despite what I was saying about small recoveries, it looks like I do choose to repurchase them. That's the only reason I can think of why I rearranged my inventory, leaving a space at the top left, which is where I usually put small recoveries. If we go to Digimon's house from here, he will confirm that we have 97 prosperity points. Angemon will confirm that my Ultismon, Angemon will give us the hint connected to Skullgreymon, which will confirm that Skullgreymon is the only remaining Digimon who hasn't yet been recruited. That will bring us to the end of this challenge. I know I've enjoyed doing it, and I hope that you viewers have enjoyed watching it, and I would like to thank you for devoting your time to me. I would like to thank you for watching this challenge.